Okay now. Okay.
Sharp Rock jumps upon the scene with a lean and a pocket full of green. The green doesn't symbolize I made it on the top, but RoboCop last year was a shock. The tone of the Popeye cut shook your butt. Kids are screaming, the media says what? Kind of music is this for you to dance to? The man with the plan and the band demands you. Leave the smack and the crack for the whack, for the ball and the knock, keep a smile like that. Leave the knife and the gun in the store and ignore temptation sent by the nation. Racial game cause it's pain needs a new rep. In your heart and mind, never forget.
Only at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yelling about me in particular. I will share on the low, chasing my dream because I know. Orolola di mango malo. Morokoto idisho malo. Everyone should let check on malo. Not to find anybody in the money I want. Not to hear what them people that talk. Once you get I shall kill it alone. Still I'm now done, I get done, I'm the one I go take, I'm the waiting I love. Waiting you love, oh. I'll be waiting I love, oh. Waiting I love, I go do one with all my heart, oh. Go kokoro no be vodka. Be somebody ginger. But I know the waste time. Be somebody ginger.
Jamini Akibo Akobi, where are you? Ewé tún èyè, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ṣẹ̀, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ́ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́, àkànbí bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè, wá fi jó ẹlòkó, bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá. Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún, wọ́n ń pàdé ọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà, àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè, aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, náà bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́, ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí ọlọ́run dákun.
And there it is right there. Oko Luremi, Oloma Padaleye, may God never depart from you. So we start it off as we mean to go forward. We fast forward to tomorrow, Saturday the 14th. And really, it's really to announce this session coming up tomorrow. We have Otumba Segun Showumi coming to join us. It needs no introduction to the Nigerian landscape. It's at the front end of what is going on politically within the Nigerian space now. So a real coup for the platform, a real moment in time. So he's been here before. He's happy to come on again. I was in contact with him earlier on today, and it's all revved and ready to go. So he's revved and ready to go. Hope you are revved and ready to go. So get yourself revved up and dial all your excitement to what is to come tomorrow. So there's the hyperlink to that There's the hyperlink to that stream right there. It's the first item in the comment section. Click on that hyperlink, go give it a like, press the bell notification, whatever it is, press the bell notification bell, if that is not a tautology. But press the bell notification and set yourself in readiness for 10 p.m. UK time tomorrow. The alternative, a conversation with Otumba Segun Sowunmi, it promises to be a riveting session. A riveting session, you know, full of pomp and verve, full of pomp and verve. That's my guarantee. Take that to the bank. Full of pomp and verve. But of course today's session as well, you know, from the glamorous Tom Pritz to this funny looking man on your screen. The pump and verve continues, of course, with this session as well. We launched into yet another session. We don't have an abundance of news, but we'll have a session anyway, just to fulfill all righteousness. So we have a session just to fulfill all righteousness. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you have not already subscribed. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the stream. Super chat towards the stream to acknowledge the effort of your host and all of those things. Share the links on your social media spaces. I wonder if anybody actually ever does that. I request every single time that the shares should be done, but I doubt if many people do that. Like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. So those are the 5 go-tos. So go to those 5 go-tos. Like I said, there is not an abundance of news in the space, but we will eat what we can. You see, eat what you grow. Is that not what Abuari told us just the last time? So it's a session of somewhat eat what you grow. But what are we going to grow in the course of this session? That's the question. We kick it off with this one. Central Bank of Nigeria confirms old 1,500, 200 notes remains valid. So I think this may well run contrary to court orders anyway, because I thought the court had already said that there was a time limit on this thing, and it's counterintuitive as well. If there's that much money awash within the system, then you can see then why the currency loses value and inflation is at the record that it is. So you'd have thought they would have swept up all the old currencies by now, but it remains in use in perpetuity. According to this headline, Central Bank of Nigeria confirms old 1,500, 200 notes remain valid. So what's going on here? Mrs. Hakama Sidi Ali. So, you know, it's just the funniest thing. You know, of course, it's as Nigerian as I am, probably, but I cannot affinate, if there's such a word, with a name like this. You know, there's no commonality between a name like this and mine. Hakana Sidi Ali. You know, I'm expecting that sort of name to come out of Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, not anything to do with Nigeria, but apparently, allegedly, she's a Nigerian. Apparently, allegedly, she is a Nigerian. Mrs. Akama Sidi Ali said let's take it from here, actually. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has reaffirmed that the old 1,500 and 200 Naira bank notes still remain and will remain valid alongside the new bank notes. The Apex Bank, which made the reaffirmation in a statement issued on Friday by its acting director of corporate communications, Mrs. Akama Sidi Ali, said the reaffirmation of the validity of the old bank notes became necessary following the bank's observation of the misinformation regarding the validity of the old 1,500 and 200 Naira bank notes. Ali stated that in line with the bank's previous clarifications and to offer further assurance, the CBN wishes to reiterate that the subsisting Supreme Court ruling granted on November the 29th, 2023, permits the concurrent circulation of all versions of the 1,500 and 200 Naira denomination of the Naira indefinitely. So I did not know that it was an indefinite. I did not know that it was an indefinite. Are they still printing it? Is more the question. So which currency is actually being printed? So how can you have a two-tier currency system within one? It's only in Nigeria do things like this happen. For the avoidance of doubt of all versions of the naira, including the old and new designs of the 1,500 and 200 denominations, as well as the commemorative and previous designs of the 100 naira denomination, remain valid and continue to be legal tender without any deadline. We therefore advise the public to disregard any claims that the old series of the aforementioned banknotes will cease to be legal tender December the 31st, 2024. We urge Nigerians to continue accepting all naira banknotes, both old and redesigned, for their daily transactions and to handle them with care to ensure their longevity. She further encouraged the general public to embrace alternative modes of payments, such as e-channels, to reduce pressure on using physical cash. So I wonder if any, and not that many people are still using physical cash anyway, but you'd have thought that it just doesn't make any sense, does it? You have the colored naira, you have the original naira. The original naira continues to fade and hemorrhage around the same. But then we have a new naira note, which they are not printing more. Are they still printing the old naira notes? Is there a moratorium on its legality, on its legitimacy, on its yes, on its usability? You know, it's just so confusing, isn't it? How can you have 1,000 naira notes that looks green and another one that looks red, and they are of equal value, equal tender within one country? Makes no sense. But then when has anything in Nigeria ever made any sense? So there it is, the senseless place. What is the thing that Nnamdi Kanu told us that it was? The zoological republic known as Nigeria. The zoological republic known as Nigeria, and the zoo continues to give. Appeal court set aside order restraining release of funds to Rivers State. So where are we in this latest development now? Are they now getting their money or they are not? Confused? So am I. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has overturned all orders barring the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Accountant General of the Federation from releasing funds to the Rivers State government. A 3-member panel. And by the way, if you have been wondering how Fubara would have been, funding his budget whilst his money is being held back by Abuja, he would have been taking bank loans at a high interest rate. So obviously the banks know that state is especially awash with money, and they know that they'll release their money at some point. So, but he would have been taking short-term bank loans to service his state, and some banker will be making bank on that. Some banker will be making that bank on that. A court of appeal in Abuja has overturned all orders barring the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) and the Accountant General of the Federation from releasing funds to the Rivers State government. A 3-member panel presided over by Justice Hammam Bakar. You know, there's a lot of northern names in upper middle level senior function within the Nigerian governance space. We just saw Hakana Ali, and now we're seeing Hammam Bakar. So they've instituted themselves in the DG level, career, civil service, influence sort of spaces, deeply embedded there in the decision-making spaces of mid-level administration in government. You see a lot of this recurring northern names. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has overturned all orders barring the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) and the Accountant General of the Federation from releasing funds to the Rivers State government. A 3-member panel presided over by Justice Hanan Bakar ruled that the Federal High Court lacked jurisdiction over the matter which concerns state revenue. The appellate court the appellate court set aside the previous orders issued by Justice Joyce Abdul Malik, deeming them unconstitutional. The court stated it was improper for the lower court to restrict the Rivers State government from accessing funds due to it from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. In delivering the judgment, so is it? I don't know. Is the basis of the restriction is it valid, or is the court applying those restrictions lacking the locus or the standee? What everything is confusing. So are we saying that they were wrong to restrict it, but or that particular court was wrong to restrict it? So is it the merit of the restriction or the legitimacy of that court? So I think this appeal goes with the legitimacy of the court rather than the merit of the restriction. So that's still subject to further appeal, I suspect. The appellate court set aside the previous orders issued by Justice Joyce Abdul Malik, deeming them unconstitutional. The court stated it was improper for the lower court to restrict the Rivers State government from accessing funds due to it from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. In delivering the judgment, the appellate court noted that Justice Abdul Malik's orders had overreached the authority of the court. The case arose in October when Justice Abdul Malik of the Federal High Court in Abuja ruled that the receipt and disbursement of monthly allocations by Rivers State Governor Simi Fubara since January 2024 were unconstitutional. So the reason why they were saying it's unconstitutional was that when Fubara's budget was approved by the Rivers State Assembly, there were only about 5 or so members of the assembly sitting down. So there was not enough even to form any sort of quorum. So they have an assembly of about a few hundred, and about 4 or 5 people approved the budget of an entire state. So that is why they sought to invalidate it. But that invalidation now has been overturned due to the lack of the court instituting or judging that invalidation, lacking the merit to do so. So if you understood that, then you're a smarter mind than mine. Justice Abdul Malik had described the presentation of the 2024 budget by Fubara before a 4-member. So this is what I just explained. Justice Abdul Malik had described the presentation of the 2024 budget by Fubara before a 4-member Rivers State Assembly as an affront to constitutional provisions, calling it a gross violation of the 1999 Constitution. The judge consequently restrained the CBN, the Accountant General, and banks including Zenith Bank and Access Bank from granting Governor Fubara access to funds from the Consolidated Revenue and Federation account. With the appellate court's decision, all restrictions have been lifted, clearing the way for the Rivers State government to receive its statutory allocation. So that state will certainly be awash with money because, of course, all the held monies will now be released, and of course, the money then gushes in. We only have about 3 more readouts to do. Like I said, we don't have an abundance of news today. No other tribes. This is the North now latching out at Tinubu's perceived Yorubanization. No other tribes. Northern youths knocked Tinubu for appointing Ogunjimi'S as acting AG of F. Actually, it's the Accountant General of the Federation. No other tribes. Northern youths knocked Tinubu for appointing Ogunjimi'S as acting AG of F. So there it is. And by the way, this toga of Yorubanization is starting to wear snugly on Tinubu. You know, every single appointment seems to indicate in that direction. The Arewa Youth Integrity Network, a socio-political group in northern Nigeria, has criticized President Bola Ahmed Tinubu over the appointment of Mr. Shamsuddin Babatunde Ogunjimi as the acting accountant general of the Federation. The group accused the president of marginalizing other regions in favor of appointing individuals from his Yoruba ethnic group to strategic national positions. So there was actually an Igbo man put in charge of the prisons now. So that one got a bit of flogging by the obedience space, by the hypobian space, but you know, the easiest pushback against this criticism is to say it's just to bring up a portrait of Buhari and hold it in the face of the Northerners and say, what were you saying again? Just bring out a portrait of Buhari and hold it to the face of the Northerners and ask them, what were you saying again? No other tribes, Northern youths knocked Tinubu for appointing Ogunjimi as acting AG of F. So let's read through it. The Arewa Youth Integrity Network, AYIM, a socio-political group in northern Nigeria, has criticized President Bola Ahmed Tinubu over the appointment of Mr. Shamsuddin Babatunde Ogunjimi as the acting accountant general of the Federation. The group accused the president of marginalizing other regions in favor of appointing individuals from his Yoruba ethnic group to strategic national positions. President Tinubu, through his spokesperson, Bayo Ononuga, announced the appointment on Tuesday, placing Mr. Ogunjimi in the role just 4 months before the retirement of the incumbent AG of F, Dr. Oluwatoyin Sirikat Median. So that Median then, it sounds like those Darosha names of Portuguese leaning. Speaking on Friday, the Arewa Youth Group spokesperson, Barrister James Ishmaila, expressed the group's disappointment in a strongly worded statement made available to correspondents. So this is the statement then. Appointing another Yoruba man who is equally due for retirement to replace an outgoing Yoruba woman in such a sensitive position in the nation's treasury is a great disregard and disservice to the North, Ishmaila said. The group questioned the president's rationale for consistently choosing his kinsmen for pivotal roles, stating, does this mean there are no other tribes in Nigeria that could efficiently head these positions? Does that mean the trend will continue if nobody raises alarm? So you may well ask that question, and that question may well answer itself. If you are saying, are there no other Nigerians that could equally fill those positions that Tinubu consistently appoints his tribesmen to? There are other Nigerians that could fill those positions, but are there Nigerians that can fill those positions to the level and quality of the people that Tinubu is appointing? You want to argue that the answer might be no, because the competency is in Southwest Nigeria. We all know that. The competency in Nigeria is in Southwest Nigeria. They're the most educated, the most experienced, the most traveled, the most this, the most that. So if you are looking at it meritoriously, not just looking at it from the prism of national balance, every single person that Tinubu appoints into any position, their CV will probably match and beat any other person from any other region that is best qualified for that position as well. So that answers that. So that answers that. Does that mean there are no other tribes in Nigeria that could efficiently head these positions? The answer is there are other tribes in Nigeria that could efficiently, even excellently, head those positions. But is it to the capacity of the persons? Look at a good example is Taiwo Oyedele, the tax man. Bring me somebody else from the north that can do the sort of work that guy did. Bring me somebody from the east that can do the work that can even do half the work that guy. So it's just it now. If in terms of capacity, you cannot fault the appointments. But in terms of ethnic balancing, then there's an argument. Does this mean that there are no other tribes in Nigeria that could efficiently head these positions? Does that mean the trend will continue if nobody raises alarm? The Arewa organization also highlighted their support for Tinubu during the 2023 presidential election, emphasizing their commitment to unity and fairness. The group listed previous appointments that they believe reflected nepotism, including leadership of the Central Bank of Nigeria, the EFCC. I want us to mirror, as they continue to list, think who headed those parastatals and ministries under Buhari, and then hold Buhari's portrait to the north and say, what were you saying again? The group listed previous appointments that they believe reflects nepotism, including leadership of the Central Bank of Nigeria, the EFCC, and the Nigerian Customs, amongst others. The group called on Tinubu to reconsider his approach and ensure inclusivity in his administration. This nation cannot grow in this direction. Nigeria belongs to all tribes, and Asiwaju should purge himself of nepotism and favoritism, the statement said. So this is a subsect of that. This is an addendum. This is a completely different article just embedded under that one. So let's see what this one has to offer. Northern leaders make early move against Tinubu. So yes, we know that the vultures are circling. Correspondents earlier reported that northern political leaders representing a significant portion of Nigeria's voting population have rejected President Bola Tinubu. They are reportedly thoughts that should mean they are reportedly working discreetly to convince former President Goodluck Jonathan to enter the 2027 presidential election. An insider familiar with the strategy pointed to recent comments by Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed, who hinted that he will refrain from contesting if Jonathan decides to run. So Bala Mohammed, if Jonathan runs, Bala Mohammed will be his VP ticket. So if Jonathan runs, Bala Mohammed will be his VP ticket. So this is the last readout. Let me send the link again. If anybody wants to come in. Pardon me. If anybody wants to come in. There's no one in at the moment. If you want to, like I always say, there was once upon a time here that as soon as we start the sessions, the platform is full and we're kicking people out. Now we are throwing corn on the floor in order to entice people in. When you want to entice a bird, a chicken into a cage, you throw corn on the floor. That's what we're having to do now. So hopefully it's just a winter phase. So this will be the last readout, and then we go from there. Labour Party goes to court to declare seats of House of Representative members who defected vacant. So I think constitutionally this usually happens automatically, but people cross carpets routinely within the Nigerian space without consequence. So don't hold your breath for a result on this. Labour Party goes to court to declare seats of House of Representative members who defected vacant. The Labour Party LP has taken legal actions following the defection of 6 members to the House of Representatives. We start that again. The Labour Party has taken legal action following the defection of 6 members of the House of Representatives to the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. The latest defection include, let's do that one more time. Pardon me. I need a sip of water. The Labour Party has taken legal action following the defection of 6 members of the House of Representatives to the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. The latest defection involved Akangbe Iliaya, representing Jos South/Jos East of Plateau State, who joined the APC on Thursday. This adds to the growing list. I wonder how many House of Rep members Labour Party have that for them to be hemorrhaging this many. This adds to the growing list of Labour Party lawmakers leaving the party. In a statement, LP spokesperson Obiora Ifo described Elias' defection as quite unfortunate and condemnable, whilst acknowledging that the Constitution guarantees citizens the right to free association. The party emphasized that Section 68G of the 1999 Constitution is emphatic on when to defect and what happens when a lawmaker sponsored by a political party decides to jump ship. Obiora added, the party has since filed actions in the court to compel the National Assembly leadership to declare the seats of the defected Labour Party lawmakers vacant. The suit also seeks that every salary, emolument, or privilege received from the date of defection be returned. The party also criticized the lawmakers' choice of the APC as their destination, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, for allegedly failing to act in line with constitutional provision. So, pardon me. You know, let's stay with this paragraph for a moment. Let's stay with this. Because this tells us a lot. This paragraph right here. A lot of the people circling around that Labour Party space, they are jobbing politicians. They are ambitionists, careerists. They are people just out. They go with where the moment is to have their moment and then move on to the next moment. So these are not ideologues that are led or driven by anything that even has the beginnings of a semblance of an ideology. No, these are jobbers on the move, and these are chancers looking for the next dollar. Why do I say this? These people now, they've left all the way from Labour Party all the way to APC, which the Labour Party argues is the very antithesis of what they stand for, the direct opposite of. But this is the argument of Labour Party, that APC is the furthest extreme of what they stand for. That's always been their argument. And the senior members of this Labour Party now, they made just that one bound leap from that furthest extreme to the furthest extreme. So they've not leapt out of principle, out of Labour Party to SDP, to Zenith Labour Party, to any other supply, to AAC even. They've left all the way from Labour Party because the light starts to dim there, and they leap into APC where the light is ever bright. So that tells you all you need to know. You have to be very cynical about Nigerian politicians. Politicians in general, Nigerian politicians more so. The party also criticized the lawmakers' choice of the APC as their destination, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, for allegedly failing to act in line with constitutional provisions. It is unnecessary to probe why most of the defectors chose the All Progressive Congress APC as their destination point, and why the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, has refused to respect the provision of the Constitution by declaring their seats vacant, the statement reads. However, those politicians who have chosen to abandon the people at this critical time in their lives are the ones who deserve pity, because they have exposed themselves as unworthy of our collective trust going forward. So forget all that. Look at this guy. You're either naive or a joker, but that's even politics being played right there. In the past 2 weeks, 6 Labour Party lawmakers have defected to the APC, citing leadership crisis within one of Nigeria's main opposition parties. The party has vowed to pursue legal remedies to address the defection. So you can whistle in the wind, is all I have to say to that. Whistle in the wind. And this, of course, this is from our guest coming tomorrow. PDP crisis, show me, exposes why party lost 2023 polls. BOT's Board of Trustees wrong moves. I was hoping that the video will be embedded. Well, we can ask him about all this tomorrow. So that's our guest for tomorrow, yet again in the headline as it consistently is. So that's our guest for tomorrow, yet again in the headline as it consistently is. Let me play you the clips that we have, and then we see if we can kick off a session. So the clip, we are back with the Kemi Badenoch space again. We don't want to overlabor it, but the British space has taken hold of that narrative, and they are having quite a heated debate about the back and forth between their opposition leader and our vice president. So this is how Britain is digesting this skirmish between Kemi Badenoch and Kashim Shettima. Watch this. This is riveting viewing.
With the leader of the Conservative Party. Let's have a listen to this from Kemi Badenoch's Conservative Party conference speech back in October.
I was born here, but I grew up in a place where fear was everywhere. You cannot understand it unless you've lived it. Triple checking that all the doors and windows are locked, waking up in the night at every sound, listening as you hear your neighbours scream as they are being burgled and beaten, and wondering if your home will be next.
Kemi Badenoch, of course, grew up in Nigeria. She's criticised her experiences there, or what happened to her in the country, a few times. But now Nigeria has hit back in the form of the vice president. Let's have a look at the Financial Times headline. Nigeria's vice president launches attack on Tory leader Kemi Badenoch. Kashim Shettima's comments follow criticism by the Conservative leader of the country where she grew up. What do you make of this diplomatic row, if you like?
It's not a very good look for Kemi Badenoch, I would say. But ultimately, when politicians make comments like this, it's always for their own political capital. And I would say the comments of the Nigerian vice president very much buy into something which is happening in the Nigerian media, where there are lots of media figures who attack Kemi Badenoch. And so the Nigerian vice president has seen that and has decided he wants to cash in on that anger for the way that she's speaking about the country that she grew up in after she was born in England. But at the same time, you never saw Priti Patel or Rishi Sunak talk about India in the way that Kemi Badenoch talks about Nigeria. And I would simply say, if you are a Brexiteer and you're saying we need to be expanding our global trade beyond the European Union, we want to be looking at emerging markets for growth, fastest growing markets, don't slag off one of the fastest growing economies in Africa with one of the youngest populations that you have a personal link to. I mean, the Nigerian vice president told her to change her name. That's embarrassing. Imagine how her family must feel about that. So I think she just needs to be a little bit more careful with her language. I think she can make the points that she makes about growing up in Nigeria without upsetting one of the biggest economies in Africa at the same time.
I mean, I suppose she might say, well, that was my experience. I'm just telling the truth as to how I saw it. I mean, she has actually hit back herself. This is from Lucy Fisher, the journalist. Kemi Badenoch hits back following criticism from Nigeria's vice president. Kashim Shettima accuses her of denigrating her nation of origin. She was born here but grew up there, and suggests she could change her name, as you've said. And her special advisor hits back. Kemi is not interested in doing Nigeria's PR. She is the leader of the opposition in the UK.
But, Joe, I know people who lived in Nigeria in similar areas to Kemi Badenoch and went to similar schools to Kemi Badenoch who talk about a very different experience. I'm not saying those things did not happen to Kemi Badenoch, but the simple fact of the matter is there are other Nigerians, British Nigerians, even people within the Conservative Party who have said these things to me, who have been upset with her approach towards Nigeria. And I think she just needs to be careful not to be too critical, because you never saw British Indian senior Conservative politicians talking about India, similar countries, by the way, in that sort of way. You never heard Narendra Modi saying that about Priti Patel or Rishi Sunak. So why is the Vice President of Nigeria saying this about Kemi Badenoch?
What do you make of this in terms of Kemi Badenoch?
Well, look, Kemi has spoken about her experiences from when she grew up in Nigeria, which was several decades ago. I'm sure that Nigeria today is not the country that it was back then, but Kemi is also known for her very forthright style. Yes. She says it as it is. She's quite an honest politician. She's refreshing in that sense. And as she said, she's getting on with her job as leader of the opposition.
But should she be more diplomatic? I mean, it has caused something of a row here.
I think Kemi was elected as leader of the party in part because, she's got a very forthright style. She has spoken about this from her childhood, which was several decades ago. She is focusing on her job, holding this disastrous government to account.
Yes, but also at the same time, surely, Bradley, we can agree, it must be pretty embarrassing for the vice president of your parents' country of origin to tell you to change your name. Like, this is not good PR for Kemi Badenoch, let alone Kemi Badenoch doesn't want to do PR for Nigeria, but she should want to do PR for herself. And this isn't good PR for Kemi Badenoch, in my opinion.
Or is it, Ava, as you said earlier, Albie, a little bit of political spin even for the Vice President of Nigeria?
Well, I don't know. I think it would suggest that perhaps Kemi Badenoch's personality isn't quite suited to being leader of the opposition because, you know, if she's someone who can sort of begin, like, you know, or fuel a diplomatic row at whim and then not be too bothered about it. I mean, her response from her spokesperson is almost like a Teflon response. It's like, well, I said what I said and I don't really care. That's not really the way to conduct diplomatic negotiations, is it? Or, sorry, or relationships.
But again, Kemi, she's got this very forthright style, and she spoke about this. It was decades ago when she lived and grew up in Nigeria. You know, Kemi's combative style is what we need to hold this government to account, and that is the job.
It's a Nigerian style. It's a Nigerian style, that's the thing.
Well,
they are very forthright.
Another group of people who are holding the government to account are...
So there it is right there. The Kemi Badenoch narrative continues to agitate the news space. And there was something that the black guy on that panel, I'm not even sure if he's Somali or whatever it is, whatever his origin, there's something that he said that struck, because this is something that I've always carried all the way through in this Kemi Badenoch, is this saga, what are we calling it, a saga, a debacle, whatever it is, in this Kemi Badenoch storyline, let's call it a storyline. There's something I've always carried through in this Kemi Badenoch storyline. The story that she tells about Nigeria, it doesn't hold true to her own direct experience of Nigeria. Do you understand? Let me explain. Just stay with me. The story that she tells about Nigeria, they are anecdotal stories, and it doesn't hold true to our own personal experience of Nigeria. I'll go back to, I'll get to what one of the panelists, that black guy on the panel, said in a moment, but I've always had this thought. Kemi, you have to understand who Kemi Badenoch is. Kemi Badenoch's father was probably still is, I don't know if he's dead or alive. Kemi Badenoch's father was a medical doctor. So that's one. Hold on to that. Kemi Badenoch's mother is a professor of psychology. So hold on to that. So hold those two pairings and then place them within the Nigerian space, and then place them within location in Lagos State, and then place that location with the experience that Kemi Badenoch says was her experience in Nigeria. The two don't jive, you see? So she misstepped. And then they are also saying, look, she's looking at Britain from the old. She's not looking at Britain from now, because British is more nuanced. Britain is more nuanced now. It's a lot more Nigerian, because the Nigerian entity has infused, embedded, and really solidified in the lower to upper middle class echelons of the British society. So they are an embedded establishment, upper middle class space. That is what the Nigerian experience is in the UK now. They are an embedded, entrenched, upper middle class space, both professionally, politically, entertainment-wise, in all of the spheres of society. The Nigerian space, the Nigerian experience, the Nigerian entity is embedded as an upper middle class entity within the Nigerian space. And that upper middle class, let me explain, that upper middle class entity that Nigeria is what now facilitates for Kemi Badenoch being the leader of the Labour Party, of the Conservative Party. Let me explain. The Nigerian entity within the UK for the past 20, 30 years, going back almost 4 decades, they've embedded into the accounting, engineering, banking, law, governance, administration at the top tier of that space. So the top tier of the British society, they've become accustomed to the Nigerian entity being a senior occupier in the paradigm of state. So it's that comfort that they have with the Nigerian being a senior occupier in administration and spheres of society. That is what facilitated for the society being accepting of somebody like Badenoch being the leader of the Conservative Party. So it's actually that backdrop that facilitated her. But where she's reaching to the Nigerian 419 guy, the post grabber, the one that she said, she's reaching. I think she made a misstep in this thing. And I think that guy there on that platform, he caught that misstep. So this girl, I hope she's not made a fatal error. That's just what I hope for her sake. I hope she's not made a fatal error. But certainly somebody that has made a fatal error, Dele Farotimi, how fatal is that error though? Watch this.
Farotimi wants to blackmail him. He has blackmailed him. He has defamed his character assassination. And he has bastardized everything that stands on the name of Chief Balola. And we want to resist it. We want to let him know that whether he did it on his own or he's being sponsored, we want him to know that, yes, we are ready to confront the thing head to head. Farotimi and people like Femi Falana and others, they are professional protesters. For little things, they want to turn the whole world upside down. You see, it is only a bastard that used a left hand to describe the house of his father. There's no way they protest, after all they protested against the president of this country. Let them go on. But for them to come to Ado or Ekiti to say they want to protest, we are waiting for them. Honestly speaking, unless the police stops them, we'll tell them that this is the root and foundation of Abel Balola. I will tell them they cannot operate. Bet me, they can't do it. If they do it, they will suffer for it. They will know that they don't have the monopoly of violence alone. They don't. Freedom of... I am High Chief Mike Oshaloni, the Oloti of Ado Ekiti, a member of a Wing Council proper.
Okay, what is your position on the press conference today?
I'm the head of the family of Abel Balola, his root and foundation, the Oloti family. I'm the High Chief there.
So what is the position of the family?
The position of the family is that Chief Balola, the Farotimi, wants to blackmail him. He has blackmailed him. He has defamed his character assassination. And he has bastardized everything that stands on the name of Chief Balola. And we want to resist it. We want to let him know that whether he did it on his own or he's being sponsored, we want him to know that, yes, we are ready to confront the thing head to head.
Okay, this one, just as well.
Well, Farotimi and people like Femi Falana and others, they are professional protesters. For little things, they want to turn the whole world upside down. You see, it is only a bastard that used a left hand to describe the house of his father. There's no way they protest, after all they protested against the president of this country. Let them go on. But for them to come to Ado or Ekiti to say they want to protest, we are waiting for them. Honestly speaking, unless the police stops them, we will tell them that this is the root and foundation of Abel Balola. I will tell them they cannot operate. Bet me, they can't do it. If they do it, they will suffer for it. They will know that they don't have the monopoly of violence alone. They don't. Freedom of speech is not absolute. I think you agree with that. For whatever you say, you must be expecting consequences for it. So either he's doing it willingly or being sponsored. Anybody or whoever is involved, they are going to regret this action. I'm just coming from the Federal High Court. I accused the lawyer that came to my dear brothers. Go to carpenters, the bricklayers, the same thing they do. I cannot imagine lawyers coming to support Farotimi in the name I'm doing my job, destroying somebody who is a very senior member of your association without waiting to know the basic truth of this matter. It's very appalling. Very, 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 very disgraceful.
So that was that's a representative of the indigenes of Ekiti right there, and an Afe Babalola acolyte telling us about the state of readiness and preparedness for the obedience and the take it backers when they come, if and when they come to Ekiti. Emma Bo, and no Ilurukani. That's what he's saying. Emma Bo, So Emma so now there's nothing that titillates and delights more than Rufai there's nothing rather that titillates and delights more than Rufai Hussaini, or whatever his name is, the little dwarf, the little man, the mini-me on the Arise panel. Rufai Hussaini, there's nothing that delights and titillates more than Rufai Hussaini being punked. So join me in enjoying this. Watch this.
Let me come to you on this. What was the condition in the terms you guys gave them for the regularization of the land in the first place? What conditions? What amount were they meant to pay? I want to hear from the horse's mouth. What were the conditions
Mr. Hussaini Rufai, using the word "you guys" on us is insulting.
No, you guys, I mean the FCTA commission, the minister and all of that, all right? So the FCTA commission...
Use the correct word.
Please, it's no, Mr. Larry Olarinka, you can't come here and teach me my job.
I'm coming.
Please, with due respect, I will not come and encroach on your job because you came in here and you said also, you can't come and teach. It's not about age. I'm just asking you questions. Just answer the question, Mr. Olarinka. All right?
I said I am your senior on this job, so I can teach you.
Answer the question. You guys, I'm talking about the FCTA. What were the terms of the contract? Just go ahead, please.
I'm answering your question. And in answering your question, I can also teach you because I am your senior on this job.
I mean, it's not a case of age or seniority here. Just answer the question.
The condition, this is the letter written to that company. This is the letter written to the company. And the conditions are well stated. Pay ground rent, pay this, and I can see the condition as there. You pay.
What are the terms? Can you read it out? Can you read it out? Can you tell us the terms? How much is it in total?
Well, the terms is here. The light, okay, premium on the land, which is 2,330,000.
So there it is right there. So that is Rufai Hussaini introducing his own peculiar brand of Digbolughi journalism into that revered and celebrated profession, Digbolughi journalism. But and we are seeing it with increasing frequency. People not showing any tolerance for the excesses of that little man anymore. They continue to slap him down. Maybe at some point the studio itself, the platform itself will have to excuse him. But it's serving a purpose at the moment. It's the linchpin to the raw meat eaters, the howlers at the moon. So is there a champion, and it serves for driving traffic. But when it's done, when he fulfills this purpose, I'm sure he'll be cut loose fairly swiftly. Talking about cutting loose, somebody that's about to be cut loose, but do you agree with the terms of his cutting loose? Yahaya Bello, what says you?
Thank you.
So that's the Yahaya Bello being granted a 500 million naira bail for for a 80 billion naira charge. So a lot of people felt that that amount was a bit too low. But the bail amount does not necessarily have to mirror the amount of the charge, of course, because the charge remains to be determined, but the bail amount is an established money somewhere. So I'm not quite sure if that's the thinking, but I also am in tandem with that sentiment that bail amount seems somewhat derogatory. Let's go on to state policing and the arguments for and against. And this particular guy here, that I'm about to play you now, he has a particular inflection to suggest that even the IGP might not be entirely in favor of state policing for reasons of pecuniary interest. Watch this.
You see, those who are basically, like, for example, now, an IG of police who does not want his power shared, or a commissioner of police who wants to maintain the status quo, will be talking against this. It becomes an act of selfishness. That is the truth. You see, look, the moment they are prepared to do it, some of us are ready to come and help them draft the proper laws. Let them also see what is happening in America. Every other federal state in the world, it's only Nigeria that you see what is happening unilaterally. So nobody should be afraid. The important thing is security of lives and property of our people.
Yes.
If just like this Transcorp, for example, if you go to a place like say Transcorp now, anybody who is coming there for the first time wouldn't know where to enter, and so on. So it is the best thing. And I also was while I was watching there, I discovered that the assist states had kind of turned in their position paper, except the FCT. That is also wrong. That impression should be noted. Section 299.
Yes, I was going to come to that.
Yes.
The FCT, not considered a state, right, is yet to submit its own recommendation. What do you think about this exclusion? Does it raise any sort of constitutional questions about equal security provisions for all the Nigerians, particularly those of us who live in the FCT?
Thank you so much. These are areas I measured. So you see, when people, even though that our constitution as it is not touched on us, it's not home rule, it's not from people, but it remains a law until amended. If anybody says the FCT is not considered as a state, the person is wrong. Go and read Section 299 of the Constitution. Section 299 is saying that by the provision of this Constitution, the Federal Capital Territory shall be treated as if it is one of the states of the Federation.
Okay.
Are you getting the point? Now, Section 300 says that based on Part 5 of the Constitution, that the FCT shall be seen as a senatorial district. That Part 5 is talking about legislature, vis-a-vis those that will go to National Assembly. But you come back, you now see that there's a distinction between that 299 and 300. 299 is very copious, very clear. It is a state. Besides, in that 299, if you go down to read it, subsections 2 and so on, you see that they now said there, provided there, that the position of a governor and that of the House of Assembly will also apply, in the sense that the House of Assembly will be the same thing with National Assembly, making laws for FCT, and then the powers of the governor shall be exercised by the president. And the minister is there acting with the directives of Mr. President. So you see that they should also turn in their own. They have no reason. Maybe they've not seen that.
Submit their own.
Yeah, they should submit their own report.
Excluded.
They shouldn't be excluded because they have those powers. In fact, the governor of FCT is the president. The House of Assembly of the FCT is National Assembly. Now, but there's a minister who has to be appointed by the president, working, and everything the minister is doing is purported, assumed to be approved by, pursuant to the provision of the Constitution, by the president. So they should also turn in their own report. And I can tell you, I commend President Tinubu. This thing will help us. Okay. Nigeria will be more secure.
So whatever that guy just said, I wasn't in rapt attention. I'd listened to it earlier, but whatever I just said, let me play you the two more clips. This one I've also listened to and is worthy of your attention, is the arguments around now, this position of INEC that you don't necessarily need your PVC to cast your vote at the ballot. This lady presents a nuanced argument regarding that topic. Watch this.
I think what is wrong with us, or what are the issues? The quality of the human beings. Beavers are machines. The technology is handled by human beings. What is the quality of the people that are handling the machines? Because this doesn't just go to INEC, it goes to the citizens themselves that are at different responsibility levels. How have you been able to use it, in terms of implementing or carrying out your duties? And I think that is where we are. You can look at transmissions from different levels. Coming from the off-cycle elections, there were certain areas that, they had issues. And INEC knew when to say, okay, with this going, we can use this, but if you use it transparently and people are able to see the accountability environment, they will say, okay, you use it because of this issue. But when you go to manual, when we're coming from off-cycle election, we went to so many places before it was used in the general election. We went to Anambra election. From Anambra, we went to different states for the election. And then you come to 2000, we had to Ekiti, Oshun, and so on. And the beavers were performing very well. And so there was no accusation of hybrid. I know that I think 2022, when we had the election at the FCT, we saw hybrid in the areas like Abaji and so on and so forth because of issues of literacy and other areas. But wherever you are, where the beavers functioning, did you have a fall? Because the world has gone tech. So you can't come and start saying, okay, let's go back manually. Let's authorize it so that there can be blatant use of those areas. In sections where there is a conflict, it's like having a conflict between the laws and the other acts, and then you look at interpretation. When they want to interpret the issue of where you have the Constitution talking about the winning of Abuja for someone to become a president. When you look at it, when it suited them, they started looking for interpretations and so on, bending the laws. But when you come down to the issue of manual, the beavers worked very well in Anambra. At first, the picking up early, it was difficult. When we went to Ekiti, it still, the performance was very high. We went to Oshun, it worked. In the last elections, it worked. But where they want to cheat, where human beings, and that is why I say the responsibility is at different levels. The political class is brutalizing the system, brutalizing INEC should be declaring results, but you are having, the courts, they are telling you to go to court. If you tell me to go to court, I say, account for what you have done first. And so the issue of accountability and sanctions are not being meted. If that volume of money was given for, the electronic, the technology that you have chosen to use, where it fails, you need to show Nigerians that this technology is not working. Where is the statement? Have we had a statement from INEC to tell us what really happened during the 2023 general election? Those who are maintaining oversight, does it suit them to hold INEC for transparency and accountability, or are they violators? Those who are bending the hands of INEC? Because I'm asking that Nigerians need to get up. You need to get up and also take responsibility for your citizenship, to be able to pressure the political class to stop dovetailing. Because I believe that the INEC we had going into 2023 election had the qualities to have had the most decent and the quality election, but they chose to do differently.
Oh, all right, so that's a compelling argument right there for the merits of our beavers or lack thereof. So that was that. And by the way, we played the last clip now, but before we play the last clip, to the people watching us on Twitter, now X, please make sure you are following the platform. Very important that you are. So please make sure you are following the platform. We've got big name guests joining us in the course of the next few weeks, and I'm sure you don't want to miss it. And if you are watching us on Twitter, on X, I've sent the link to the studio in the to the comment section of that platform. There's quite a sizable number of people watching us on X right now, and we've not yet had an X contributor come join us in the studio. So I've sent the link to X. If you feel inclined, please join us. But please feel inclined to follow us on X. We got big name guests back to back. We do this every single day. So your followership, much appreciated. So I have sent my intrepid investigators out in the vast terrains of Nigeria. I've sent out my intrepid investigators to go and dig out the production factory that produced the Edo State governor. So I've sent people out to go and find out where Ekpebolo came from, because it's very unique, if not even peculiar. So my intrepid investigators have been sent out, and now they send in their reports. I think we have discovered where Ekpebolo came from. I think he came out of this particular production factory. Watch this.
Hello, young man. What's your name? Sabiman. Sabiman. What can you say today being your matriculation day?
First and famous, I want to thank God for making me a matriculation today. I also want to thank God for making me an admission into the university of our institution. For many, it's being applied for admission into the university, but it's not have admission. What? But I am admission. I also want to thank the vice chairman of this institution for making me an admission into this institution of our university. Thank you.
Wow. That's nice.
So there it is right there. The future commissioner of finance, and then subsequently next governor of Edo State. You met him here first. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. We play the Kegite music, and then we commence with the session. First, the Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Chief Waila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. Ikuko Niru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. May death have nothing to do with us. So may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends, joining us at Tony Africa. Always, it could go either way anytime Tony's here. Larry's here, of course, to illuminate the conversation with his peculiar brilliance, and Baba, of course, the housewife's favorite. So there it is right there. So a panel of a mixed opinion assembled. More people needed. If you feel inclined, please jump on. We kick it off, start it off with Baba. Baba, you're up first.
Yeah, hello, woman. A very fine evening from here to you. My co-panelist, Tony, Larry, I salute you. Thank God it's Friday. Comment session. I think it's taking off on a good note already. Yeah. See my favorite commenters there. So I'm happy you are here, including Jewel. And our viewers, I'm here again. Have you clicked the like button? You know, that's very important to this forum. You can't be here and eavesdropping. If you've not clicked, then you are eavesdropping, and that's a bad habit. Please click the like button, show your presence, and enjoy the show. Yeah, woman. I think I want to take off on a very I want to go on a tangent in the beginning, and I crave the indulgence of my co-panelists that the 5 minutes I will spend on that, please kindly indulge me. Do not interject for the benefit of our world viewers at large. Please, I crave your indulgence. Yes, woman, I want to talk about Nigeria in the period of 1980 to 1996. I want to talk about the period in Nigeria, 1980 to 1996, 16 good years. I want to look at it from the perspective of a young person born in 1980. And I want us to listen carefully. That person born in 1980 will come, I think, into full consciousness or almost full consciousness at 85 or 86 when going into primary school after possibly finishing 2-tier system of nursery school. So let's take 1986 as a benchmark for that person. That takes us to Babangida's era, because I think IBB came to power sometime in August 1985, I think. Please pardon me if I didn't get that fact right. So 86, what was Nigeria like from 86 to 96? We have Babangida in power. Yeah. Things were compared to today, things were relatively cheap, and compared to maybe 10 years behind, 76, Nigeria was relatively cheaper than the period of Babangida. To every king his own era. In 1986, let's take it to 1991, 92, still Babangida's era. We still don't have water in Nigeria. Those who have it have something colored coming out from the tap. So we still have to dig boreholes. We still had to buy water from water tankers, which was a big business then. A lot of army retirees bought water tankers and selling it all over the place. We still shout up NEPA because there was no light. We still buy generators, buy diesel during that period, and we still queue at the fuel station. And the army reigned supreme during that period. If you mess up, they'll drag you down from your car and ask you to do frog jump right on the street with your children or wife watching in consternation during that period. We lived through some trauma if you are not an army officer. In fact, every one of us craved for our children to attend military school or army school, Air Force school, command school, and things like that. We crave to have military friends so we can have some level of protection, or use our military friends to intimidate our neighbors or our enemies during that period. That's a period when you go to domestic wing of the Murtala Mohammed Airport. It wasn't different from Oshodi bus stop like we know it today. It was cheap. I remember Lagos to Port Harcourt was 40 naira to Benin Warri was 35 naira. I can't remember to Kaduna now because that period I think I used to go to the Unipetrol plant, lubricant plants attached to the Kaduna refinery. I think 60 or so then, I can't really remember now. So life was cheap. 40 naira to Port Harcourt, you are there. But what we do, it was like, who should the bus stop? They issue you the ticket, they put the seats there, they oversold the seats. So the moment the Port Harcourt passengers come down and they open the gate for Lagos to Port Harcourt to board, you run. Was a race, fight, sweating. In fact, some people will elect to wear their poorest shirt in their wardrobe, knowing full well that by the time you sit down or disembark in Port Harcourt, you will have need to change your shirt before you even go to your hotel, but it must have been roughened up. It was an era when you even finally managed to sit, and somebody will come that, oh, God, that's my seat. And I'll look at it and say, oh, it's 3080. Well, somebody is on my own seat in 18B. So please don't bother me. That was the life we used to live. Then for security, the whole South was on lockdown. We are not at war, but armed robbery was the thing then. Even though we're in a military regime, but armed robbery reigned supreme. It was a time of anene, to the extent that Babangida was going to Abuja to have a weekend, and he embarrassed, I think, Etimiyang. I think it was Etimiyang, who was the IGP then, and said, Oga, this, I'm quoting my IBB now, Oga, where's Anene? Anini was in cohort with some military officers, famously or infamously, one DSP, Iyamu and co, and they terrorized Benin. It was an era here. Armed robbers will write to a whole street that we are coming. 10 p.m. on so and so day, 12 midnight on so and so day, and they will come. Empty trucks. Even streets where you have faced me, I face you. They will be knocking on doors. They will spend about 3-4 hours. Rob everybody. No army will show up. No police will show up. It was the era of Shino Rambo. Shino Rambo will take about between, if he's operating in Surulere on a Sunday or a Gigi area, Ikeja area, he will take as much as 27 cars. Imagine the operation that will take 27 cars. He will bring drivers in coastal bus. As soon as they take a snatch a car, a driver will go in, and they will drive in convoy from Ikeja or from Surulere. They will drive. If it's Ikeja, they will come through Agbara side to Cotonou. If it's Surulere, they will come through the Ojo route to Badagry road straight to Cotonou in a military era. That was the era, my dear brothers and sisters, a girl called Kemi Badenoch observed. That was real terror. Nobody was safe. Nobody, even though we lived under military era then, we lived under terror. It's a period, it was a period when if you have change, you want to put money aside. We talk in case they come. In case they come, oh, this is what I used to bribe them so that they can leave me and my family alone. Imagine a country where you live, you have to keep money for robbers in case they storm your house. They don't come just in the night. In the morning, you could be in your sitting room. After they've held your gate man, You here in your sitting room or maybe on Saturday morning, and they'll just come and say, who are you? They will introduce and say, we're armed robbers. And by the time you think it's a joke, they will bring out guns. Quietly, they rob the house. It was you that will go and knock your neighbors and say, I've just been robbed. Instead of your neighbors to sympathize with you, it's like you are putting them in trouble. Go. Everybody will be panicking. It sounds like story or a joke now, but that was the period we lived during that time. So if a young child witnessed that, and no area was spared, but like in Lagos, I know. I don't know other parts. The period we are talking about, North was relatively safe, but they had issues with the Maitasini riot, religious issues. That's what they have there. But in the South, from Badagry to the extent of the other side near Ogoja or wherever Nigeria ends there, it was locked down, robbery upon robbery, different groups terrorizing the South in the military era. Military era. So for a young person to see that, and from that period, we thought that person left the country, maybe has never visited since then. That's what she's referring to. Nobody will ever forget that. I've been robbed in my home. I've talked about my experience here. I've been robbed on the street coming back from work. Not robbed, but like settle us, show their pistol and things like that as early as 5, 6 o'clock in the evening. I've been shot at going to church on a Sunday. In that era, before we now talk about the Biola coup upon coup, even in that era, there are coup upon coup. That was the era of coup happened. This era I'm talking about, when we have military tribunals, once they sentence armed robbers, on Saturday, most of the states in the South, particularly in Lagos, we call it shooting range. They take them to Babish. When they take the armed robbers to Babish, they tie them in stakes. It reminds me of the John Doe era in America. People will gather as if they are watching cinema. Army taking pork shots at armed robbers tied to the stakes. And people will be applauding. Looking back now, I felt very embarrassed that we are applauding. Wasn't that a descent to a kind of a barbarian era? Yeah. Every Saturday, everybody wants to go to Baby Beach to watch armed robbers being shot in that country, in that period. I know a lot of people don't know this. Shooting people and people will be watching them die. Oh, it's the third bullet that killed him. Didn't you see his tongue hanging out? This one, he took 16. He must be having some juju on him. What a spectacle. It's unbelievable, Abby. That was what happened. And when Kemi Badenoch talked about Boko Haram in the north, have you forgotten? I'm not too sure of this, because I know well that some people up there in the military, in America's political system, they get security reports on daily basis. It's one the president reads, they get a copy. They are cleared for that. Since Kemi assumed leadership of the opposition, I don't know it for a truth, but suppose she's been receiving security reports. It's always worldwide. And she knows something we don't know about Boko Haram and the people that are driving that evil. Just ponder on that. She's the head of government in her own right as opposition leader. So if I'm correct, she received security reports. She knows something. I don't know. You don't know. She knows. She reads it. They have spies all over. Their embassy reports to their home office every day, first thing in the morning. So we shouldn't discount that. She may be saying something so loud we are not even hearing. So that's my take. So let me go to the general topic.
Before you go on to the general topic, I think Kemi Badenoch, or however they are pronouncing her name now, I think she has made a misstep. I think she has, and I think she may well live to rue that misstep. From the commentaries that we were hearing from that British clip we just played, the black guy there was saying that senior members of that party, the Conservative Party, they were a bit somewhat taken aback and not especially pleased with what she said. And the senior members of the Conservative Party that he was talking about are senior Nigerian members of the Conservative Party. People who come from a similar backdrop as Kemi Badenoch, the same age bracket, the same societal bracket, upper middle class, the same backdrop, the same storyline, and they don't identify. You've painted a pretty, you painted maybe a gloomy picture even, but you certainly painted a compelling picture. But that picture that you've painted, it speaks to extremisms. You know, it doesn't speak to the backdrop of Kemi Badenoch does not place her in the narrative that she's presenting. So she's making up storylines in order to politically curry, you know, and she will live to regret that, because you'll see she'll try to start to pivot her positionings now, because she sees that this is not charming, and people are seeing they are finding her somewhat disingenuous, a little bit hypocritical, as almost untrustworthy. You know, I think she may well live to regret it. They are drawing parallels with people like Rishi Sunak, Priti Patel, all of them strongly Indian backdrop, never once said a word out of tune about their ancestral origin. But at any opportunity, this girl is there, throwing Nigeria under the bus and driving the bus over the rest of us. So I think she may well live to regret that.
It's politics. What do we expect? Who wouldn't want to be in her shoes? If they're all conservatives, maybe the time she was...
Sunak was in her shoes. He didn't throw India under the bus.
He didn't throw India under the bus. Everybody, we are like conditioned differently. Our experiences of life are different, just like our faces. So Sunak experience as an Indian will be different from that of maybe a Badenoch who spent our formative years, 1 to 16, in the kind of environment I just described. And Prince Daddy, I'm not just talking about Lagos, I'm talking about the whole of the South. Anini did not operate in Lagos. Anini operated in Benin. And I know of one other group that terrorized Warri and another in Port Harcourt. So I'm talking of the whole South. So you can...
Monday Osumbo or something like that.
That was at the Anini group in Benin. And they even extended the operation to Asaba. So I'm just painting that period of that time so that people will actually know how we live, because they think we are in the worst of time right now, but they don't know we are coming from real jungle then. I'm Robert's lesson now. This is period where I witnessed the robbery of Liver Brothers, which we now call Unilever. The day they stormed Unilever, they were carrying bundles of money and throwing it all over the bridge, so people could allow them have easy passage. The same thing they did for Bulos Enterprises in the Ogba. And when they robbed a bank, I don't want to mention the name, on Allen Avenue on a Saturday, thick of traffic. It was like a movie. When you see armed robbers jumping on the roof of cars with AK-47 and bullet belts around their neck in military era. Military era. And people will be applauding them because it was like you are watching a movie. So don't let me, sorry to bore you with that. I just think let's go back and look at that 16 years. So don't let me take people's time. I'm sure other panelists will be impatiently waiting. So that's it.
No, it was riveting stuff. But I take us to the talking points. The old Naira notes continues in perpetuity. Fubara gets his money back, or does he? That's still subject to appeal. The Northerners belly aching about the Yorubanization agenda of Tinubu. And then the Labour Party looking to sue their reps that are crossing carpet crossing.
Yes, this urbanization, I'm not very comfortable with it. I'm disturbed, you understand? And particularly the political positions. When it comes to that of civil service, I have an idea how that happened. But the political positions, for me, I'm embarrassed because it's skewed to one side of the country. And I think the president should take note and make adjustments. But is it new? It is not new. We can't deceive ourselves. Right from the time of Baba OBJ, it's been happening. I read his 3-volume memoir, 3 books in one carton. I read it clearly. I knew what he said about some people in the Ministry of Finance, this economic team, how they stack the place with people of their ilk. In fact, Jonathan's time, on this panel, I've called Jonathan's period the Igbo presidency in disguise or by default. I've used that word here before. Why did I say that? Because during that period, look up and down. Look up and down the ministerial position, the key position. Tens of them. And when they question them, they say, okay, those are the competent people we will find in the country. Because people complain too. We shouldn't forget. People complained too during that period. And they say, look, they are qualified. That's why we put them. We interview everybody, but these are the qualified. The country needs the best. Who were complaining then? The Yorubas were complaining. Let's fast forward to Muhammadu Buhari's, the General Alaji. We call it Fulanization. Not a whimper from different groups that are now agitating, particularly from one side of the country. We talked and talked. Have we forgotten why Jonathan lost the election in 2015? It was the principal reason was part of this, what we are talking, accusing Tinubu of today. That's why I say it's not new. Though I won't say it's the ideal, I'm embarrassed. I'm not comfortable with it in this age and time of this presidency. But the truth must be told. Nigeria didn't happen today. We are coming from somewhere. So let's look back and look at what happened. Maybe the past is mirroring our today. If you look at number 1, the important seats of that period, number 1 to number 10, Southwest was missing in Jonathan's government. In fact, they went to Abuja, different classes of people, obas, chiefs, political bigwigs, women group. They all went to Abuja individually at different times of his 6-year presidency to complain, Oga, are you forgetting us? We've not had taste of anything. We are neither vice, Senate president, House of Representatives, foreign minister, attorney general. He will say he will fix it. He will do it. He will do it. He didn't do anything. and he lost in the Southwest. He didn't
Well,
vote
was
for
that
him.
what ultimately cost him this presidency? His anti-Yoruba stance. Good luck,
Yeah.
Jonathan.
No doubt about that. Because in the last days, 4 days or so to the election,
Baba.
you know, he slept in Abuja, in Awujale's palace.
Baba.
Yes, sir. Larry.
Yeah, it's good for us to say this. But yeah, Yorubas did not vote for Jonathan we say they didn't vote for him in 2015. But Yorubas made Jonathan president in 2011.
Yeah, correct. No doubt. Yeah, I know.
So, you know, I've seen a lot of people say, oh, probably Yoruba were the ones that didn't allow Jonathan. And most of the time, they forget the fact that if not for the Yorubas, Jonathan wouldn't have been president in 2011.
I flew in to vote for him.
This same Tinubu, if not for this same Tinubu, Jonathan would have been president in 2011. We know what played out.
Yeah.
With Southwest vote, the presidential vote. You know, we all know what happened, but it's good. It's good.
Yeah. So I'm not saying it is justified Tinubu doing the same thing. No, that's not what I'm saying. But those that are shouting are trying to clap with one hand. That's what they are trying to do, or hide behind one finger. Because when it was happening the other time, no problem.
But do we not have a federal character clause in our constitution to have a balanced administration reflective of the ethnic diversity of the country? Is it even legal, this Yoruba agenda Tinubu is playing?
No, I think what the constitution says, basically, when it comes, because the president has about, I think I heard that from Dr. Abati, about 3,000 positions to fill. That's how the president has the digest he has.
So
about 3,000.
Yeah. Overall, if you look at all the appointments, right? Overall, I think Northwest is still leading, right? But I think what the people are kind of like,
yeah, but they are chefs and cleaners. They are appointing them as chefs and cleaners, you know.
Yeah, but I don't really understand this issue of yeah, you know, we talk about, oh, this place is juicy, this place is juicy. The moment you say one place is juicy, that shows your intention. You understand? We keep saying, oh, they are taking this one is juicy. What is the juice there than corruption?
Oh, now. Oh, Nikoko.
So when you see people clamoring there is a juicy, what is the juice? It's corruption. You are not even advocating for people because you feel that these are competent people. All you hear in most cases is just that, oh, the juicy. And I'm like, yeah, what is the juice? Because at every point, you know,
you know how these people try to what they used to bypass this. They'll appoint a minister and then they'll appoint a junior minister. So they use that junior minister position to fulfill that federal character or something, you know, but the junior minister has no meaning really, you know.
No, I think Tinubu has even helped the state ministers. He has really helped them. Unlike before, they were basically just like deputy governors. But I think what he has been able to do is to give the minister for state also some parastatals. So what he basically did was to divide the parastatals. So the minister for state also have their own parastatals, and the substantial ministers to have their own parastatals, rather than before where you have the substantial minister taking charge of all the parastatals. I think they kind of like divided it now, so which makes more them to also work, because you know when they were doing their appraisal, you know the issue was that the junior ministers were basically saying there's they can do little to nothing. So I think that was why they had to reshape the thing and ensure that, okay, fine, probably if the senior minister is managing, like if you have like 10 parastatals, probably the substantial minister takes 6 and the minister for state take 4. But Baba, continue.
No, for that, I think maybe the president should just make an adjustment, because for me, actually, I'm embarrassed, honestly, because when people, there is no defense for it. whether he has a power or not, whether he has fulfilled all righteousness in respect of the quota system we run or constitutionally allowed quota, and the rest is as per his discretion. Well, I think he should just mellow and let the goodies go around. I'm embarrassed, I won't lie. That's it for that one man. So I yield in the meantime. Let other panelists come in.
All right, let's bring Tony in, who has been unusually quiet. So Tony, if you're ready for us, take the floor. Tony Africa. Yes. He's there. I'm surprised you are there. Usually you'd have been. Yes, good to have you, Tony. So to the conversation, either the topics or whatever you want to speak about. Tony.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole, the whole system, it's just damaged, so I don't know if we have any way out, because just imagine what is going on right now. Look at Wiki, you see yesterday the Senate, the so-called Senate, who telling that okay, you should suspend it. It's coming out today to say that no, I would do what I want. I mean, what kind of this man Adamu Aliyu, Eke Ushomole, in case I don't know what they call that man, that is an Hausa man, Adamu Aliyu, Eke Ushomole. The son is already, a commissioner in Edo State. Then Tinubu'S son is about to become the governor in Lagos State. I mean, what kind of, I don't know what, why we should be. That so-called country doesn't worth talking about any longer, one man, So we should be looking for, a way out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not advocating for any violence or whatever. We need to be, talking about the Ocean B, of having our own nation out of that contraction. Nigeria is just nothing but a company, an industrial state. Where the big men, they live for the big Goga quotas. You know what I'm saying? That the other one, they just left to be, I mean, just like that, it's just nothing, what kind of country, So I don't know what we're going to do because myself, I don't tire. And, let's wonder also, most of our panelists are not also coming because, there's no single, nothing like no signs of improvement at all. Every day we talk, look at the way we ended the topic yesterday. Before you close, that's where we are talking about the 1 trillion, economy. 1 trillion is just, how much is that? If, actually we are doing the things the right way. What is 1 trillion? It's just probably money that they will spend, in some local government in Germany, or at least let me say, state. What the hell? I mean, let this notice working. What can we do? If that country is actually a country, if it's a country, when a government comes into play, they will face one particular thing, like electricity. I keep repeating it.
They spend $1 trillion in a local government in Germany.
I say a state. At least let's say 500, million. I mean, nothing is happening in our place, but we can also do that. We are richer than Germany, but what the hell?
We're not richer than Germany, no.
No, we are richer if we gather our, our together. Really, I mean, what the hell? Nigeria is a rich country. Are you not talking about resources? Look at the number of Nigerians abroad, one man. Assuming that we're at home performing, you know what I'm saying? Contributing our quota towards the development of our spaces. I mean, we are richer. We're richer than Germany. So once you have that power, electricity. Electricity, first of all, then everybody will just, they will roll up their sleeves as they are coming in, both federal, state, and local government level. They say, okay, what do we do about this? They will just face that. Not be say somebody's, how, so, are we not richer than Brazil? Yeah?
We're not richer than We're not richer than. Why are we? Why are you? Do you want me to bring out the charts? We're not richer than any of these countries.
No. Yeah, because because we are not. We're not running our system.
Look, if we are talking about potentially richer, then that's an argument that virtually any country can make. That
but we were richer. But we were richer, one man.
When were we richer than Germany or Brazil? When? What time in history?
Hey, okay. Do you know that those things like the way we went, like many people went to school. Like, okay, for example, now these people that are in government right now, these are old men who benefited from the Nigeria system. They went to school free of charge. You know what I'm saying? They got their bursary awards, and then they got their car after, graduation. I mean, why can't they just give it? Anyway, I think the fact remains that we are black people who cannot make it. I think it's better for us to, I don't know, because there's no other, because what, I mean, I always feel ashamed when I see people going to say that we are going to borrow money. I mean, look, just imagine a country of 200 million.
Why would it be? The United States itself borrows money. That's the largest tech.
They use it for something. They can see what they're using it for.
Yes, as do we use it for something. What do you think we use it for? What do you think we borrow it to steal it?
Hey, woman, if you just look at what is going on in the country, I mean, do you know that Wike's wife is a Supreme Court judge? His daughter is a court judge.
No, Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal.
Yes.
Is she qualified?
No, that's already the argument. I mean, I said the system is totally damaged beyond repair.
No. Is Wike's wife qualified to be a judge? Does she have legal?
Oh, that's what they are saying now, that Wike has got the right also to take lands and give it to his daughters or his friends, because those people, they also qualified. They're also Nigerians. You know, woman. I said, could begin to look for where, the way out. Not be saying we talk about Nigeria. It doesn't, it's worth talking about. We're all in abroad. I have a lot of Indian students that are coming here. You know what I'm saying? I used to do some service for them, student hostess. They come here after graduation, they go back to their countries. The other time you were talking about some Nigerians going abroad to go and play football, or some Ghanaians, they don't go back home. Because the system is not working at all. There are no institutions of grant. If not, Wike and Oshomole and all these Akpabio and all, even Tinubu'S, they shouldn't be in, they have got nothing to do with with anything that government houses. I mean,
a lot of the things you are saying, I think they are just they sound like generic arguments. You said that we could potentially
I'm frustrated.
Yes, a lot of people are frustrated, but what's the solution is the thing, not generic commentaries. You said we could be richer than Germany. Any country, there's an argument that Congo should be the richest country in the world. The Middle East is awash with money. There's with oil rather. There's arguments. You could potentially be, but until you fulfill that potential, you cannot say you are richer than anybody. And if you're saying we have bad governance, I think a lot of countries will probably say the same thing. So I think it's just generic, a lot of the things you're saying.
We have bad governance also. There is no democracy in Western Europe, okay, but at the end of the day, month, every citizen is guaranteed a cover, a cover. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least you have to have something to eat. Just imagine our situation, woman. So that's why we don't know, so we don't know how to. I'm just, because most of us and people are selling their homes, running abroad, and then I don't know why we should say that there's like I said, Nigeria is just a characteristics of an industrial estate. You know what I'm saying? The characteristics, is what because there's nothing going on there.
Yeah, Tony, with your permission, can I just interject? Just for 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. You're welcome, sir.
This for the education of all of us, actually. I like doing that all the time. You see, when we talk about borrowing, particularly from World Bank and from IMF, if we don't borrow from these two institutions at time, we are shortchanging ourselves. You ask me why. We pay annual dues. We pay annual dues as members. Even to join, we have to pay. So when you do that, it is your right also to go and take from your susu, if I may put it that way. So it's not a bad thing to go to IMF. It's part of the money you saved, you are taking, and maybe you pay back. So that's just for the education of all of us.
Yes, Baba, I get you. You know that. You see, that the thing, look at the shiver when I see news coming out of Nigeria, the shiver, because nothing is working. That is, we borrow the money. We just imagine Vice President home 25 billion to renovate it, not to build a new one. Oh. That, let us say at 1,000 to 1 million. You know, why don't we set up industries? You know, why don't I mean? Why can, I mean? You know, we can use porter cabins to set up whatever homes or whatever for people to live in. Can you imagine? I'm feeling very bad at.
But they are building homes now. Are they not building homes?
The president of Nigeria or Africa country to be go to to Europe for Medicare. You know, I mean, just imagine that. Okay,
the king of Saudi goes to Europe for medical care.
Since the Corona period, we are still unable to build at least one standard hospital in Nigeria, fully equipped.
We have several standard hospitals in Nigeria. What do you mean? We have several standard. We have a lot of standard hospitals in Nigeria. A lot.
And then people are living.
People travel abroad for medical treatments in Nigeria. Do you want me to bring you videos of them? We have a lot of standard hospitals, a lot.
And then the doctors are leaving the country. We have not. Anyway, woman is very crazy. So I don't know. I think we're just. That's why many people are not coming to talk because.
Don't worry about who's coming to talk or not coming to talk. Whoever doesn't come up doesn't come.
We should keep talking. We should keep talking. We should keep coming up. We should be coming to talk, to be saying the truth to power, because nothing. You know, I'm very crazy right now. You know, because the weather is so cold, and then each time the weather get cooler, we do remember home. Hey, my God. You know, so things are very bad. So I don't know. Where do we? And then, I want you guys to, as a food for thought, to for you guys tonight. How do you expect the country to move forward in the midst of having people like Wike in government and Adamu Aliyu, Eke Ushomole in government? So I mean, just imagine.
Who is better than Wike in administration? Who do we have in Nigeria that is better than Wike?
I think. Look.
Have you heard report about his work from the indigents of Abuja?
That one's even making me to be crying that they are using our money, coming to my place and your place and his own place, taking the money up not to go and use it there.
Hold on, here's an example right here. Here's somebody in America telling you that he went to Nigeria to treat himself. So all this just standardized, I don't want to, but you cannot say those things unchallenged, but carry on.
Okay, so why are we not using this money to develop our places? Why this Abuja? Why this Abuja? This Abuja is a place. At the end of the day, we are going to vacate that place. We all know that. So I don't know why we should be we should keep deceiving ourselves. That you see what Badenoch said yesterday. She's Yoruba before being a Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? And that those people that we have the enemies, from time. So and then as it was at the beginning, so shall it be at the end that we already know that we are not the same people, but we are just trying to be politically correct and say, okay, let us waste our resources, try to force ourselves be the same space with these people, be lumped together. Why can't we do like the Indians and Pakistan? The Pakistani people and the Indians, they taught us in secondary school, most of us here. After that division that took place by themselves, within themselves, they separated themselves, and then they become progressive, separately, and then they were the best in the world. Today, they still have their, they are still nuclear power people. They, they have no power short, outages, So why can't we separate ourselves peacefully and without having any trouble, That's why.
The thing, Tony, is like we label ourselves wrongly because we are not we are not operating true federalism. You understand?
Yes. Thank you.
That's what we should operate in the absence of the desire to separate, go our different ways. Then, if we have to do things properly, I think we should just resort. Since regionalism not work anymore. Because you cannot say Southwest again, because your man thinks, well, they've tasted power, they've handled their own money, they can do away with other Ogun or anything. So
I know,
let's say
right.
states should just maintain
divide and rule.
What you find in your backyard, control it. and contribute a certain percentage of it to the center, as we all
Yes.
agreed. So take that
Yes.
money to the center every month, as
But some
required by
some
the
people say
new
they don't know.
constitution.
But some people say they don't want to do that, Baba. Some people say they don't want to do it, and then we
Well,
are running a
there's
federal system quite different from other federal countries. You know, in Germany here, when you want to this northern Germany, they have this spaces for production. Producing light. They have all this. Power. This what they call it, wind energy. You know, they have where they plant them. Then they have all this water. So they have to sell it. They have to sell it back to the people from Bayern, from the South Germany, and then they have the post. Then, but the South Germans, they are the one who are producing machineries and cars, but they can't export it because they are landlocked. You know what I'm saying? Then they will bring it here. So, and then state by state, they collaborate, train projects. Now, Baba, like all these two states that are like Ogun and Oyo, they can partner to have a short train service within them. Then Lagos and Ogun.
BT is not here. Their governor says he wants to do 3 lines at once. It's not even done half. It's not done half for us to see. He's talking about there's nothing wrong in ambition.
Collaboration.
Let's
You know
see
what I'm saying?
what he
Collaboration.
does. Let's see what
Yeah, look
Abiodun
at
will come
data.
up with.
Data, Kogi, Data and
Tony, if you don't want Baba to interject, you tell him not to interject. But if
no, right on, Baba. Right on. I'm learning from him.
You are doing the same thing I'm about to admonish you not to. If you are letting him interject, then you stay silent, let him speak. But if you don't want him interject, you tell him you don't want it. But don't lay out.
He should interject because I learn a lot from him, sir. Right on, Baba.
Yeah.
I'm talking about BT's Dapo Abiodun, his governor, who has not done half a kilometer, and he's talking about firing on about 3 cylinders. Now he's going to do 3 rails, and we are waiting with bated breath. It will be very good if he does that, and that will be what we are talking about, because Buhari did 2 good things. 2 good things, at least I know, not to talk about the other ones. That is, rail transportation has been removed from the exclusive list. So every state can do their own rails within their inner parameters. Now, every state can unplug themselves from the national grid and have your own power line structure, thermal, hydro, or whatever. So Buhari did that. So any state that's not working towards independent power exclusively for his own state, that is doing a disservice to the people. I know you can't achieve that within the last 18, 19 months or about 2 years that structure came into 4. But we are seeing some states trying to do something in that direction, while you are not hearing anything from many states. To all they depend upon is still the national grid that has collapsed 12 times already in 2024. So the restructuring is taking place gradually, because we know some parts of the country do not want to hear the word restructure. Since they don't want to hear it, since it will cause disruption in national polity, so let's do it in piecemeal, in a cunning way. Start to take the yam from their head to eat soup without them knowing. Because if this president succeeds with state police, is part of restructuring agenda. In Abuja now, which is exclusively for everybody, but for me, I don't look at Abuja like, I still look at Abuja like North.
Thank you.
In my mind and in my head, I still look at Abuja.
God will bless you. Right on.
So for me, so whatever is being done there, they are using some people's resources from the South to prop up that place, which they may eventually have to relinquish.
Thank you.
We can't see the future. So those people that are being shortchanged. Yes, sir. Larry, come in, please.
That's a fallacy.
Okay.
Why is it a fallacy? Because that is my it's my turn.
Tony, let's listen, please.
No, I agree with Baba as well. By the way, I see Abuja as the north too.
Thank you.
And I see Nigeria dividing at some point, and I think they get to keep everything we've invested there.
No, what I say is,
I had a chance to buy land in Abuja. That's why I don't really. Yeah, I see Abuja as the
don't
north.
ever. Don't go and waste your money there.
What I say is a fallacy. This issue of saying they are using the money of the South to develop Abuja is what I say is a fallacy. They are not.
Okay, where's the money coming from? Bulk of the money. Let's use that bulk of the money.
To finance Abuja, the only thing Abuja takes from federal government is 1% of anything that goes to federal government, which means that every other person they've shared what belongs to them. Abuja does not take from anybody. Abuja
in a country without a data, without no ministry,
doesn't Abuja take from
those
FAC?
funds?
No, Abuja does
Abuja
not.
Doesn't get FAC allocation, right?
Abuja only take 1%.
That's embedded in the constitution, by the way, in perpetuity.
So Abuja only takes 1% of federal government share.
But who's going to check whether it is that 1% they are using it there?
Wait, Larry. Wait. From federal allocation, the 50% that goes to federal government, is that from that 50% they give Abuja 1%? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
And you think,
no, that's not exactly. That's wrong.
No. Let me interrogate him.
No, but what you said is factually wrong. The Abuja gets. We can dig out the law. The Abuja gets 1% of the country's revenue, not what accrues to the federal government. The country's revenue.
Even Wike still said it yesterday. Now, was it yesterday? What goes to you can play the. I think there was a video that Wike actually explicitly stated it. What Abuja gets is
and which money did they use to build Abuja, by the way? All the infrastructure, all the building that Babangida did and whatnot. Was that part of the 1% or was that Niger Delta oil money?
Yeah, and in a rush, they said that place was to take 30 years, but Babangida rushed within a period of 5 years. Yes. Then jeopardizing other development projects in the country just to take the capital up, not to satisfy Ahmadu Bello's wish.
Okay, you can continue. When is my
turn? Carry on, Larry. Carry on. Let's hear you out. Expatiate on it.
When is my turn? I will talk.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Tony. Then round up. Whatever.
Yeah.
Tony,
so,
carry on.
Thank you very much, because I know that when I see people like you are now beginning to see the true situation of our country, then I'm glad that there is a hope for us, for our people of the Western Nigeria, section, because you guys, they don't push you to the wall, so that I beg you, make her begin think the way Tony they think. She say this our sister when they for England. It be like say she listen to one man went to move every time, or most time when she will get time. I make a conjure the toys that they say that at least see what it concern with people when they bear different names and that they don't have any commonality. Which like the other day, we're having. The other day now, say I was having the debate last time. I don't know whether he was in the house this day with Larry and one man went to me when they went for that to be telling me that that at least this ambassador of Germany, Taha. Then I said, what concern me with those kind of names? I said that I said when you hear of Adegoke, Afolabi, Ozegbe, Udo, at least Udo, those Calabar people, it's okay. We know that these are people, but when you hear Chioma, all those kind of names, what the hell? All these foreigner, all these Arabs names, can you live together and see with Arab in a country? Can you take off all those their religious ideology?
Hello, Tony.
Yes, sir.
Wait. Why are you sounding like this?
I'm sounding like this because you can imagine how Adamu Aliyu don't capture our state. They don't capture our state.
Let me push this to you. you are easy to call somebody from Akwa Ibom your brother or your sister. Do you know that it takes about the same time to drive to Cross River? It's even less time to drive to Niger than to drive to Cross River. You understand? So why are we like this?
But this both Akwa Ibom State, you know that
So
they have similarity with us now.
Why do you think? Don't we have Muslim in the south too? Where you say
Not be Muslim. We're not talking about religion right now. In the northern part of Nigeria, hold on. The Christian and the Muslim are of the same mentality. You know, there is northern aspects.
You just mentioned
hold on, Patrick, my brother. Mudia. So if you go to all these oil well owners, they are equally owned by these people of Middle Belt and the Niger and the Babangida.
Fight for the oil. Fight for the oil. When your
Sarawuwa not fight for the oil, they don't kill your brother. They don't kill Abdul Salih.
Wait, now when your boys were fighting, why did you stand up with them? To say no, we are not going to allow this to happen. You understand? Instead of speaking grammar here. You understand what I'm saying? Nigeria is, if you look at it, let me be objective. You people are already sounding like Nnamdi Kanu. So why were we blaming Simon Ekpa? I will still say that Nigeria is better together. You understand? Nigeria is better together.
Why? Because of Suya? Because of Suya?
It's not because of Suya. It's because our people are very lazy. That's just, if you like to hear that, our people are very lazy. If they stop food from coming from the north, see the way the thing affects us. Did they hold our hand from farming? If we break today,
they not hold your people for farming. At the Barakpa in your state, they go there to occupy the forest. Go to Auchi, go to Bini, go to your local government. You cannot go to the farm.
Even before
all because in the name of being in one country, you have every right to live in every part of the country you like, but not be right for you to go and rent a house, right for you to go occupy other people's bush. May I couldn't lose soul, rest in peace, for try to counter that. I mean, we should stop being politically correct. Let us call spade a spade here. No, Germany and Austria, they are the same mother, the same father, but they cannot live together. Yesterday you were talking about Switzerland and all this one. This too far. We're talking about Germany, Austria and Germany, just 100% people, the same mother, the same father, the same name of their heroes, but they cannot live together. They have a disappointment. I think I had Oga Baba yesterday talking about a Bayan, in Germany, southern Germany. They choose to, they have their own political party.
Bavaria.
Bavaria, that be Bayan. Yeah, Bavaria is Bayan, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. So then Westphalen is all these middle Germany people, before you get to the north, you know what I'm saying? Like all those Hamburg, before you get to Hamburg, they have Hanover, where the British Army are settled, So then we have big problem because our people of the south, you don't even, the reason, for the fact that we're even in abroad, it's enough for us to see that things are not working. 62 years, like Baba said yesterday, we keep trying. This is not working.
We are better off together.
You can go to the north and they go and marry an Hausa woman and they go and buy a piece of land there.
I've just told you one area where if you break today, you will start seeing the effects. Even before this Boko Haram Fulani S-men thing, in the past, way in the past, anytime food stop coming from the north, maybe there's a trailer problem, or there is one problem, you will see the effect on the south very fast.
Patrick, I make you stop this one. Ekpoma rice was the best in Lagos and Ibadan. Ekpoma rice was better than Okoben's rice. We have yams. What are you telling me? We can grow even the Ibira people. They grow food with the chop for Ibadan.
Who stopped it from being the best? Who stopped it?
Any small place for Ibadan, any small bush, for ring road for Ibadan, for Eleyele, they will plant yam where they concept for Dugbe.
Which yam? Which yam? Why cannot plant them?
All right. Start to bring it home, Tony, and then we go on to Larry.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So our sister Badenoch, that guy said that his husband looked like a German immigrant in the UK. I think one of those people that flew jet.
Is Scottish. The husband is Scottish.
But Badenoch, the Noch, this Badenoch is a German name, sir. You know that a lot of Germans they ran away from Germany.
It's a very Scottish name. They have all this knock. You know of they call it. You know they call their waterways knock less monster.
Okay, I should have known that. I didn't know. I've been to all the Shortland, all those Inverness area, but I didn't know much about the history, sir. Yeah, so that's it, sir. So that Badenoch was Mrs. Badenoch was very right, because all those ills that she pointed out. I wonder what people are now saying that you can see that those white men, these German people, these British people that say that she was wrong or whatever, that she should have been diplomatic. They are only after their money, after what they can get out, out of Nigeria, sir. You know what I'm saying? But I think you are getting me, by saying that.
I'm listening.
That Nigeria has changed, but in the actual sense, Nigeria has degenerated to that level that she was even talking about, she was complaining about. But these white men, they know that now at least they can still go into Nigeria because of insecurity. They can go and get everything out. That's why they say that no, she should be diplomatic, not to offend Nigerian rulers, the mafias. As I round up, it's a pity that black people, they don't know how to practice their mafiaism. Mafias, are in Germany, in Italy, but they at least they will set up businesses for their common men to be employed to better the life of their people. They are very patriotic people. They want to take their country first. Okay, sir. One man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. We're going from Tony to Larry. So Larry, floor is yours. The talking points. Let's hear your views, Larry.
Yeah. Thank you, woman, and good evening, fellow panelists, and good evening to our viewers. So, woman, before I continue, let me first clarify what I was saying the other time. How does FCT generate money? FCT does not take money from the Federation account. FCT takes 1% of what federal government gets, federal government share, and FCT internal generated revenue. So I put this so as to validate that. So, woman, if you go down, this is former minister of FCT, and there was somewhere that I kind of like outlined the two sources of revenue to FCT.
I'll be delighted if one man can read this.
Just go a little bit. Yeah, go a little bit down. There's a paragraph I'm trying to look for. A little bit down. Well, let me get the paragraph for you. I'm just going to put that space in the chat so that you can get what I'm just going to copy that and put in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, this is the paragraph. I put the paragraph in the chat. You should be able to see it. He said the FCT has two components.
Yes, it says the FCT budget has two components. One is yearly allocation from 1% of the federal government share of the Federation account, and the second one is internally generated revenue, which has over the years been the main sustenance of the governmental operation in FCT. I don't think that guy would know anything anyway. So
no. That's one man. See, your platform is to educate, right?
No, the guy doesn't know anything. He doesn't.
This is not about the guy. This is what is in the Constitution, right? This is what is in the Constitution. It's better we state it. Leave emotion, leave whatsoever. That's what is in the Constitution. And I think yesterday also we could kind of like re-emphasized it. A lot of people believe that probably FCT is so rich that a lot of money is going to FCT. No, it's not like that. 1% of what federal government gets, it's very small. The major.
Wait, Larry. Sorry to interject. Can I interject?
Yeah, you can, sir.
Okay, if we say 1% of federal, federal takes, I think, 50% presently. Am I correct?
Okay.
Okay, 1% of that 50
Mm-hmm.
could be a lot of money.
Okay, let's say now look at it like this: if federal government takes 1 trillion, how much does FCT get?
They will take 100 billion.
No, that's 10 billion.
10 billion. 10 billion.
That's just 10 billion. So
in 1 month.
Yeah, so if we're basically saying, okay, in a month.
Okay, wait. Let me just say, since Wiki has been minister,
okay,
the presidency has released some chunk of money to him. At least I can remember on 2 occasions. It could be more than that, but I can remember vividly well 2 occasions, extra budgetary. One for the completion of the metro line.
Okay.
For the completion of the metro line, that is one, was huge. And the second one was for the rehabilitation of that road. I don't know Abuja too well.
Baba, all those ones that you said, it's not like federal government is giving. The federal government is paying FCT back, just like they do for every other state. Right?
No. What I hear about the metro line, for instance, Wiki said the presidency has given him the money to do it.
No,
that's what he said on the day they were talking about the negotiation.
No, I don't want to argue that, right? So, but what I'm just trying to let you understand is, it's not like FCT has so much money. The only advantage that FCT has this time, and kudos to Wike, what FCT has generated in the last 1 year, FCT has never generated it, has never generated such ever since FCT was created. And that's why you see every day Wike is always crying about ground rent, crying about taxes. Because there is a whole lot. And that's why most times people think FCT ministers are supposed to perform. And that's why most times some of them don't even perform. Because to even maintain FCT itself, it's a whole lot of money. And in most cases, FCT is not just some area councils, right? You are maintaining National Assembly. You are maintaining the secretariat. All government infrastructure in Abuja, FCT maintains, even the villa, even the Supreme Court and everything. So I just want to put that out, right? So that we don't, we kind of like understand. And I think Equike was kind of like saying, even FCT, like, okay, let's say averagely, FCT, let's say they just get 10 billion from federal government. And FCT, he said the salary in FCT is around 13 to 14 billion every month. Which means
I hear him say that.
Yeah, which means there's still a deficit. Right? So it's not like they are that rich, except, at the point they went to National Assembly at least to increase that from 1% to probably something else. But unfortunately, it was not passed. So it's still 1%. Now, so FCT.
Where is the president drawing the extra money from?
Which
funding Wiki directly?
No. The president is not funding Wiki directly. No, that's not what he's doing. That's not what he's doing. The only thing why Wike is able to do some things, right? Number one, Wike is kind of person. In the sense that if you're a contractor and you want to take things from Wike, number one, Wike tells you from the get-go that he's not going to accept variation. And if he's not going to accept variation, which means that put your things to side, ensure that you quickly do what you want to do and leave. And I think he's been able to get facility where, anything they generate in FCT, he has an arrangement with some of those contractors, kind of like probably, okay, I'm going to pay you in 6 months in several tranches. Will you take it? And he gives it to them. That's why he's been able to achieve all those things he's been able to achieve. And now, I'm telling you, everybody wants to. You don't want his problem. Because there are a whole lot of people. Okay, take for instance now, nobody has ever published name of people that are owing ground rent. Wike was the first person that did it. Over 9,000.
9,300.
Yeah.
Including IBB.
Yeah. Yeah, almost all the former governors, the governors, all of them are owing ground rent. So for him to have done that, a lot of people, quickly, pay your ground rent. And some of these ground rents that we are shouting, it's not like it's a lot of money.
I was surprised that he asked Mrs. Chief Ogbebo to pay 43 million, and she couldn't do it at the drop of a hat.
How much is this ground rent that we are shouting? Some of the ground rent are just like 10,000 a year.
That's cheap.
Yeah. They are just like 10,000. It's not like it's a whole lot of money, like 100,000. But the problem is, a lot of people owe a lot, right? Take for instance now, right? When you've owed a lot, and you have a lot of, it's a big land, right? And they ask you to pay ground rent. Averagely, if you have 600 square meter, it's around 300 square meters, around 10 to 11,000 ground rents. And imagine people, these are people, you have tenants, you're making a whole lot of money and you can't even pay 10,000.
They should separate it just like here now. Your rental annual ground rate is different from the self-occupancy, the house you're living.
Yeah. So people should be able to, for me, I think, most times people think, oh, probably I'm a wicked person. But the thing is this, I've seen what he's doing. If you call anybody in Abuja today, people will tell you. There's nobody who call in Abuja today that will not tell you that, it's been a long time that we've had better FCT. It's been a long time. Bala Mohammed was there. Bala Mohammed didn't do anything. The only thing Bala Mohammed focused on was selling land. He was just selling lands. This other guy came, this Buhari's guy came there. That one was not even, he doesn't even care. Minister, is he there? He's not there. He doesn't even care. So, yeah.
I agree with you. If not for Wiki, that metro line will have been another white elephant.
Yeah. It's not even metro line alone, Baba. If you go to FCT, there are roads that have been there, that have been locked down since the days of Yaradua. And Wike just basically came back. Basically, major problem we have in Nigeria is these contractors. Because an average contractor believes more in variation. You put a contractor to site, a contractor gives you an ETA of probably 1 year. 6 months, contractor has not even gotten to the site. Because they know that once they get to the site 6 months, then, they are not able to finish. Then they come back to you for variation. You give them a contract of 10 billion. And they won't go to site. Some of them, I have a friend that works with some of these contractors. He was even telling me, he said sometimes they pull things to sites and they will basically tell them not to even work, but they just want to put things to site so that people will think they are working. And in most cases, 10 billion naira contract turns into 30 billion with variations. Some as far as 50 billion. So for me, I think if Tinubu had like Wike 5 in his government will have been better. Because there are a lot of things that I think are not right in that country.
But you could say he has 5 wickets already now. You would say Dave Umahi is a wicket. You would say Akiyamo is a wicket. You would say Tunji Ojo is a wicket. There's a lot of wickets in this government.
Yeah, there are a lot of wickets, but there are some sectors, right? There are some sectors. Like, okay, is recently that David Umahi now is now beginning to use the wicket drive? When he first came, he was even having issue with the staff. Some of them, they come late. Minister was kind of like, lock the gate. They lock the minister out and some of those things. It's a whole lot of things. If you want to really fix that country, you need people that can put their foot down and ensure that things are done. Take, for instance, look at what is happening in the power sector. Look at what is happening in the power sector. There are a lot of shenanigans that is currently in the power sector that we just need somebody that can just put his feet down and ensure that the right thing is done. Some of those guys are making a whole lot of money. Imagine if you're in the power sector, you yourself, let's say you buy a transformer for a community. These people will come, you will pay them to come fix the transformer, and they will put power on it and they will take money from it. And all of them, they are billionaires. Now you see the likes of Davido's father, all of them, boasting, go to America, boasting how much they've invested in the power sector. And you ask yourself, the power sector thing is money for the boys. And it's just basically shared among them. Even some of the people that you think are pro people, Obasanjo and the likes of them, he has his own share from the power sector. All of them had their own share. But for me, I think what is happening, particularly in FCT, is basically somebody trying to ensure that we just do the right thing. Because let's continue ourselves. A lot of things are actually happening. The big men don't pay. They don't pay ground rent. They don't pay tax. They don't pay anything. They don't pay.
This new sheriff will show them now.
No, they don't pay. Yeah, he published everybody's name. IBB, everybody published it. So they all know. So that everybody will definitely know what is actually happening. Because the normal trend has always been nothing will happen. Some of them, they've got, and the thing is,
if he's truly brave, let him go and revoke IBB's COO. Let's see him do that.
That rascal can do it too.
We want to see it now. We want to see it. Let him go and try.
One man, he doesn't even need
to.
No, but one man. The fact that he has made it public is a lot. Making it public, because if you are not making it public, I won't even know how IBB is owing. I won't even know how much he's even owing.
Larry, please. He must have contacted IBB before publishing his name. He will say, okay, Oga, you know what? I want to publish your name, okay, but not he will do you. I don't do anything, okay? Otherwise, he dare not. That's for, and then meanwhile, all this kind of development that is taking place right now, how does it affect the life of ordinary people in the southern Nigeria that are the owners of the resources?
He did not publish Tinubu's name, and I'm pretty sure Tinubu is owing ground rent. No, I don't think he is the exception, and he has a house in Abuja.
How do you know Tinubu is owing ground rent?
No, I think the house he has was part of the settlement when he exited Lagos government.
Yeah, but he'll be paying. But it's not paying ground. How would he not be paying ground rent? It must be.
It's Lagos State. Lagos State will take care of that.
How do you know he's not paying ground rent?
Because all the big names are not. So why would it be the exception?
Why? Why will he not pay? Do you think Wike can release those names without the approval of Tinubu? Names that has the likes of IBB, former governors, ministers, House of National Assembly members. If he doesn't have the support of the president, he would dare not publish that name. But for me, what I'm just trying to pick out is the fact that we might not really like some people. But when you see people, everybody actually have different patterns of doing their job. Right? And people that tend to want to do their job, because everything that is happening to Weekend, the same thing happened to El-Rufai. I remember vividly in Abuja. Everybody was against El-Rufai. Everybody from south to north to everywhere, they were against El-Rufai. Because you just need somebody to come do the cleanup. Somebody just had to come do the cleanup. You can't have an FCT because, number one, that is the face of the country. Forget anything. You can talk about Lagos. You can talk about anywhere. FCT is actually the face of the country. And now everybody is kind of like proud of FCT. Not because of anything, but because you can go to FCT, it's cleaner, it's greener. You can, I've seen a lot of people now on YouTube and everywhere, showcasing FCT. And it's, for me, I'm proud of it. Because I've seen cases where, you know, when you see people showcasing Nigeria, they showcase, you know, they don't even showcase the good places in Nigeria. They go to that slum in Lagos and they are putting that slum everywhere. Oh, this is Nigeria. This is that.
Makoko, Abi?
Yeah, Marco. Yeah, that's
they always
that
go to Makoko, yes.
Yeah, and it's deliberate. They intentionally go to Makoko. And you even see some, you know, I'm now beginning to see, you are seeing YouTubers, not Nigerian YouTubers, from Cameroon, from Kenya, from South Africa, you know, traveling to Nigeria, you know, visiting Abuja, showcasing what we actually have in that country and how neat it is. Because fine, you may not really build new things, but make it neat. That's the capital. You want to talk about, if you ask people outside Nigeria, two places, they don't even know any other place except probably Lagos and Abuja. So you may not really like him, but if he's doing his job, he's doing his job. And that was why even the woman, when I was talking, I was more like, yeah, pay this money, right? You see, the money is too small. 40-something million. It's too small. Why are you now saying if they ask you to pay now, you pay now? Why not pay? Because if you had paid, you wouldn't even have been in this issue for 20 months. You deliberately did not pay. And there are a lot of people like that. And I'm very sure, I like the fact that I was even telling them, even if you are the friend of, it doesn't stop you from doing all those things. In places like this, if you don't pay taxes on your property, it goes into foreclosure. It's the law. We can keep saying, oh, government is not working, government is not doing this, government is not doing this. But what is your duty as a citizen when you don't do it? So you don't even have the right to even blame the government. Just like, you remember a day here, I was asking Ekene, do you pay tax? Ekene said, no, he doesn't pay taxes. And I told him, yeah, you don't pay taxes, but you come here every time to lambast the government and all those things. That means you're not even doing your own duty as a citizen. And the problem of Nigeria, fine, the government, they have, you know, they are not serious, they are reckless, they are this, they are that, fine. You may not really think, oh, probably they are not really utilizing the money very well. But you can't dispute the fact that you still have to do your own duty. There are rights and duties. In as much as you need to enjoy some rights, then at the same time, you also need to do your own duty. Because by you not doing your own duty means that you are changing those that are doing their duty. Because it's more like the government using the resources of those people to take care of you. And that's the problem of the country. As we are holding the government accountable, citizens too need to hold themselves accountable. They also need to do the right thing. So that's that on Wiki. Another thing I want to talk on is this issue of Accountant General. I've seen, you know, yeah, Tinubu, you know, the Yoruba man and all these things. But what I ask myself is this, and this is what I think probably the Northerners also need to ask themselves. Idris was in that space. Idris was going for retirement. Buhari renewed Idris. Idris got into that space in 2011, right? Buhari had to extend Idris. And at the end of the day, what happened to Idris? He stole. He was jailed. He went back. They gave him chief title. And there are other spaces like that. So when we kind of like, oh, this and that, yeah, you know, there are other, just like Baba said, there are other political positions. But Accountant General of the Federation is not a position where you just say, oh, probably because this person is an Hausa or this person is this. No, it's a professional, that's a professional job. And that is also, you know, that particular position is a professional position. Fine, if you ask me personally, right, what kind of accountant general do I like? And this has always been, you know, debates and everything. I like an accountant general, probably, you know, a former ICANN member or an ACCA, you know, that's grounded, so as to be able to, like, you know, make things, you know, work more. Because the only accountant general that I've seen that has worked, you know, was when this guy was there, Dakambo, this former Gombe state governor. He was well, you know, was an ICANN member, very sound. Things were really right. But immediately after that, everything has always been political. But this present one, you know, yeah, I won't, you know, they said he's a CFE, you know, certified fraud analyst. Yeah, he's good. And the fact that he's also the most senior. So what exactly do they want him to do? So because in civil service, the other person that left is from his tribe. So that means him being the most senior, he shouldn't get it. No, it doesn't work like that. He's the most senior. And by hierarchy, he has to get it in acting capacity. And if the president thinks that, yes, it's good, he wants him to stay there, he should take him to.
You know, there's always an argument that rationalizes nepotism, if we want to present it. And if you look at the guy's CV, he's probably almost certainly qualified for the job. But what people are starting to notice is that Tinubu is similar to Buhari, so that criticism doesn't really hold that strong. But Tinubu seems to almost, in most instances, preferring to appoint his own tribesman over and above anybody else.
No, my theory, Larry, is exactly what you almost alluded to. Maybe these are the people that has been passed by.
Of course,
over during the last Jonathan stroke Buhari era. So it's making an amendment, or they now in the forefront. So there is no way now to deal with them horribly the way they've been dealt with.
How did the Idris get the position in accountant general?
The one who chopped the billions.
Yes. How did Idris get the position?
So I wonder, his face not even look like an accountant.
We know what happened. How did Idris get the position? You know, the thing is this, you know, most of all this, fine, you can talk about political appointments, right? But anything when it comes to civil service, there is hierarchy in civil service, and everybody has a grade. You have your level and you have your grade in civil service, right? I can't be level 16. So probably because who the president wants is not in level 16, you now go and bring level 14 or level 15. So immediately you bring level 14, what am I doing? I have to go. So that's just it, right? So people can say whatsoever they want to say, you know, this and that. Yeah, if it's not a political office, these are people that they've worked. You can't be an accountant general if you've not worked in that office for minimum of like 30 years. So because I've been in that office for 30 years, I'm the most senior after the other person. So because of that, right, because probably people feel where I come from, right, then when I'm supposed to have my own rights to be able to get to that position, then I shouldn't have it. So as to, because of what people will say, no, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. And the hypocrisy is the fact that people don't see things from the point of objectivity. Buhari did a lot of things that personally I even don't like. Because of his own nepotism. Take, for instance, look at what happened in customs. Just because you needed somebody, you know, that you worked with, you went in and you brought that guy from. That guy is already retired, right? You brought him.
Yeah, Army General Colonel.
Yeah, the colonel. The colonel was already retired. You brought him into custom. The first thing that he said, "Oh, I can't wear that uniform." People said, "Oh, it's no problem. You know, he may not wear. It's not compulsory. He wears the uniform."
He never wore it.
What has never happened in that country? And people that were basically waiting, they've grown in their career, you know, you didn't give them that opportunity to grow. He did
For
Buhari
8
did the same
years.
thing with NDLEA. He brought Marwa, you know, bro, fine, Marwa is doing a good job. But the bottom line is people need to be allowed to grow in their career to get to the top. When people suffer, they've suffered for the job. And when it's time to grow, you don't just go and bring somebody from outside to come and help them. It doesn't work like that. Allow them to grow. If you feel that probably they lack 1 or 2 leadership skills, help them to get those leadership skills. That is how it's been done. You don't go outside and just go bring somebody from outside, probably because of your friend or this or that. You bring things. And for me, I think Tinubu, fine. Tinubu might, the thing might be a little bit skewed and everything. One thing I like that he's doing is the fact that he's not bringing people, he's allowing people in each of those organizations to grow to the top. And that is something that is really key. When you allow them, you motivate them, they will be able to work more because they know that one day they can actually get to that position. And okay, look like today. Okay, today the head of prisons, right? It's an Igbo man, but nobody's talking about all those things.
Yeah, they are flogging him on Twitter. Actually, the guy that was appointed, they said of all the positions, it was prison that they gave them. You know, so the Southeasterners are flogging him.
So you see all those things, right? Of all the positions, it was prison, and they've forgotten that this is that person's career. It's not a political position. For him to get to that space, that means he has worked, he's been in prison service for nothing less than 30 years. And basically, probably is the most senior, probably is a DCG.
There he is, right there. It's an appointment of Nwa Kuche Ndidi as the new Controller General of the Nigerian Prison Service. But this is what they've been saying. Now, prison appointment fit them. A non-Yoruba appointment, kudos, it says Yoruba government is exactly the non-sensitive positions. Igbos have been in charge of prison for a while. Now, this kind of appointment that deserving of Indigo, why appointing Yamiri? so that's a sort of they've been slaughtering that appointment on Twitter, you know.
Yeah, it's the hypocrisy for me, right? When you are saying the Controller General of Nigerian Correction Service is this, is that. I don't understand. How about the chief of, is it Nava? That is an Igbo man. Is that also not an Igbo position? So, but it's not even all about the tribe. For me, Tinubu can pick whoever he wants to pick when it comes to political. I don't even care. But when it comes to career, he should just please follow the normal thing. Give people the ability to grow. Once you give them the ability to grow, yeah, it helps some of all these professions. People can say whatsoever they want to say, right? Oh, one is not juicy, one is juice. There is juice in one, there is no juice in one. And all this juice, what exactly are you really seeing in it? It's corruption. And one thing I keep asking people, because your tribeman is in one place, what impact does it really have on you? Because they've appointed your tribesman in one place, does it really make things different for you? It doesn't even change anything. It's just because we want to, like, oh yeah, he has to be my tribes person. It doesn't even change anything.
Yeah, Larry, wait. Patoski, you can chip in. We are just 3. Let's make it conversational. If you are waiting for your turn, you will go wait till.
Yes, you can chip in and please Trump that day as well. Once we have this window, can I remind people about our session tomorrow? We have Otumba Segun Showunmi joining us, so you should all be aware of that by now. If you're not aware, please be aware. Otumba Segun Showunmi. We're going to encourage as many people as possible to have their cameras on. We're not going to insist on it, but as much as the panel that can have their cameras on, they will have it on. This is the link to that session. Go click on that link, bookmark it. Otumba Segun Showunmi joins us tomorrow, Saturday the 14th. On the 4th of January, Omoyele Shore joins us. So we speak more to the Shore session after tomorrow's session. But we've got two guests in the immediate future to come and speak to Nigerians. So back to you, Larry.
So one man, it's for me, it's always very funny when people are like, "Oh, he's taking." People should understand what Tinubu is doing. Me, I've known what he's doing. Basically, the economy. I think it's kind of like sectionalizing things based on where he wants things to focus. Basically, the economy is giving it to Southwest, security is giving it to the North, and that's what I just think. But it might not really be so, because what they've been able to do is to, based on statistics, they brought all the positions and they kind of like outline the number that goes to each geopolitical zone. And I think Northwest still leads. Like 3 days ago, there were 3 appointments. All of them were Northerners. Nobody talked. So, with time, I understand Nigeria is just this it's a political environment where everybody believes that it has to be my tribe, it has to be this, it has to be that. And I'm not even sure if anybody gets there. People will say, "Oh, probably if the Northerners get there, they will do their own." Yeah, have they not been doing it? It's a normal thing. Jonathan did the same thing. It's a normal thing. Buhari did it. It's a normal thing. Tinubu is doing it. It's a normal thing. The fact that even if Tinubu likes, let him not put any Yoruba person there. It doesn't change the fact that when a Northerner comes, he wants to do what he wants to do. Even if Tinubu does not even appoint any Yoruba person to any space, put other tribes. If another person comes, that person will also do what he wants to do. If another comes tomorrow and say yes, he wants to, why he did it now? So it's a normal thing. For me, what I'm really concerned is those Yoruba that they put there. If they steal money, they should catch them and put them in jail.
Well, why should they do that? They didn't catch have they caught Abubakar Malami? Where are the Malams? They didn't catch the Malams, so why should they catch the Yorubas?
No,
it is the Yorubas' time to chop. Is that not how it works? Is that not what the Southeasterners are fighting for, a chance to chop?
No. If they catch those ones, if they catch them, if they are found wanting, EFCC catch you, put you in jail. Let's see you in jail. At least we'll clap for you. At least you are marking register in jail.
All right. Start to bring it home, Larry. I will move you around a bit.
I think I'm good. You can go.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent. I think the depth and texture of Larry's voice is almost starting to be not quite of the quality of Babas, because Babas has been marinated and satiated and perfected over practice, but the depth and texture, you can certainly hear it there. Even with what
that's what they call
this is the thing. When somebody is confident in what they're saying, that is what you're hearing from Larry. A man of equal confidence, of course, Patrick, you're up next. Patrick.
Sorry, Patrick. Larry is representing Northern view here, which is not so bad. It's a Northerner.
So Abdul Malik Larry. Is it?
Can you pass someone? I just got in. I want to get this.
Yes, I guess you were in the middle of. Otherwise, should I interjected? Let's see if Trump that is ready for us. Trump. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Look at that. So you've reached to understand that word. I didn't think that was in your lexicon. Look at this. Look at this hamburger American man. Vauni, how far? How you doing?
I did.
Yeah.
I guess wrong timing. I'm about to walk into a basketball game right now.
Oh, is your daughter playing?
Yeah, the season just started like a couple of weeks ago. So
How up is she? Is it a recreational thing or a potentially career thing for her?
as far as getting a college scholarship, yeah, not playing professional, I don't think so, but who knows?
So you are just protecting your wallet, Abi. So look at this one. That's good. All right. Stay with us for as long as you can. If you're able to speak. If you can't, let's go on to Dewale then.
Right.
If the timing is wrong. So that's Trump daddy on daddy duties. So Trump daddy on daddy duties, and that's how we'll have it. Dewale Obalola, floor is yours.
One man himself.
Oga kwata.
One and only one man went to more. But don't look
look at that.
From Trump daddy to Kamala mommy.
To Kamala mommy. Maybe you should change your name to Kamala mommy.
No, we haven't disturbed you guys ever since your the warlord became the president-elect. So we will let the dust settle, then we will come back. I'm in Green Library where it matters the most. We're just waiting for the January 20 to come and go, and then we will go back to the battlefront again. We're just waiting for that 20 years to come.
You know, I suspect that it wouldn't even take up to, you know what they call buyer's remorse. You know, it would take even up to 3 months before every single person that voted for that guy will start to regret it.
3 months, kid. You know what I'm suspecting? On the day of inauguration, he's going to make some inflammatory statement that those who voted for him will open their mouth and they will find it difficult to close it. Just watch out.
Leave him.
You see.
When are you going to stop this? When are you
going to stop this?
Leave him. That's right, Mr.
Trump is like a family member that you will be embarrassed to take outside. But yet, he's still your family. Yeah.
That is why you are doing everything. Pardoning 1,005 prisoners, doing everything.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Continue. Look, Larry, every pardonable pardon, just keep dashing out.
Continue. Even self, take the whole US Treasury. Take it to
I'm telling you, even there's going to give out, I think next week he's going to give out a blanket pardon to every whether past serving House representative or those who are already out. He's going to give them blank pardon because your guy is unpredictable, and he said he's going to go after them.
He should do now. In short, sir, what we are expecting. We're expecting him to just take the whole US Treasury, take it to Ukraine, give Ukraine so that they can have something that will sustain them for 4 years to continue the war.
It's the Trump. You know, Trump defies all norms, and that guy cannot be predicted. And in a way, Biden has to do what he has to do because we are this time around, this second time, it's going to be on the fast lane. You know, the last time he was being curtailed, he was being, cautioned in a way. But this time around, he's going to throw caution into the wind. And I mean, I won't blame him for doing that because he's not coming back. So he's going to do what he's got to do. And this time around, who is going to caution him? Who is going to draw him back? So this time around, he will go all out. So the Democrats, the rhetoric is not going to cut it. You know, all those, let's just, be moral about stuff. Yeah. No, that is not going to cut it. It's all weapon drawn now. So it's about who blink first. But Trump is going to have upper hand anyway. But America would not stop talking about, what he does because it will be reported every day. The media, it seems to be on the caution side. They've been served with a warning letter, or should I say not even warning letter. They've been served. So it's just a matter of when now that he will go all out against them. But don't be surprised. Trump also have, I was shocked. One of the CNN correspondent then that was in charge of White House is now having our own show. Trump actually, she has a direct number to Trump. This is how this man carry media, but yet he will go in the public and call them fake news. but he's the one supplying them news. Anyway, that's that about that. Don't let me bore you guys with American stuff. We'll see how everything pans out in the next 4 years. But for now, I'm zipping my kono and I'm, cross my leg and I'm watching how it
God
unfolds.
bless America.
Well, man.
Why should God especially bless America? Well, God bless the world. Why should God especially? It's just a geographical space now. So the indoctrination in man, where all this God's own country. What does God's own country mean?
Continue with your Kemi, UK.
Don't worry about that.
Continue with Kemi.
The way they talk about this America, you forget sometimes that it's just a British invention, no different from Nigeria. The way Britain created Nigeria, they created that country over there.
Well, man, to be honest, there's no country like America in the entire world.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
This is a country that you step your foot into and you feel at ease. I've been to Europe and there's nothing that you don't
America
feel.
now. You talk as though people have not been. We've been to that country.
They have their issues, but this is God's own country. This is where your freedom is guaranteed.
Freedom. Which country is your freedom not guaranteed? You don't enjoy any better rights in America than any European does. What do you enjoy in America that they just
freedom? Freedom to be what you want to be. Freedom
as you have in most other countries, apart from third world spaces. Nothing, forget all of that now.
To be honest, this country is different.
In what way?
Different.
In what way?
The oppressed leave their country and they breathe freedom here in America, on American soil.
As they do in the UK or Germany.
No, UK has some form of restraint. You can't compare. You still can't compare. Even those that live in Canada, you cannot compare the way it is in America. This is the only country.
No equal rights for black people in Germany. One man, point of correction.
Yes, equal rights for black people in America.
Yes.
Yeah, it's better than it. Yes, they were 1 second. 1 second. Germany here, there's what we call institutional, racism against black people. You cannot aspire to, to anywhere. They will block you.
Woman, do you have Fourth Amendment?
We have what Fourth Amendment?
Do you have that?
Do you have a right to bear ham? No.
Do you have that?
Yes, and thank God we don't. You want the right to bear ham?
How many that have in my house?
Unfortunately, I can't show you my firearm right now. I'm strapped. I can show you, but it's
Mr. Adewale.
And that's
one of my colleagues in the office. The guy said he has 44.
Oh, no, that's madness.
I'm like, are you crazy?
But hey, that's their culture. Then one thing is this, Larry.
Hold on. You do know those firearms are not toys. You know that. And we see how they play out in that country. So how is that a good thing? The right
I used to be on the defense like you or any other person in Europe or anywhere. Nigeria doesn't have gun culture. And it's going to be very difficult for somebody coming from a different background. All of a sudden, you found yourself in this terrain. And to embrace it is very, very difficult because we don't believe in all those things. But the moment you deliberately immerse yourself, whether through employment, whether, something is going to make you get yourself into it. And that moment is going to be the time that everything changes for you. The accumulation of weapons is what I don't get it. But people acquire it just for, it's like they believe in that culture. Different kind of weapon, especially the old ones. Because it's not going to be replicated. So they collect the gun. Now those people,
it's an uncivilized way to live. By the way, it's an uncivilized way to live.
No, every country have their own culture, right? A way of life. But America. The right to bear ham is in the Constitution. And Americans take it seriously. Look, American doesn't have a gated house with barbed wire and, the one that could easily electrocute intruder or burglars. But here's a country where if you don't work out where, you will collect. So trespassing on other people's property is prohibited. Intentionally though. And the most of the you see a white man, they would not even put a blind on their window. You could see their living room while you were driving on the road. That is how free you are. However,
yeah, but that's the life in Europe as well. You are not allowed to trespass on people's properties. People, you can as you walk down the road, you see into people's living room. So I mean, don't worry. There's nothing unique.
if anybody trying to commit burglary or intrude, that person will meet Jesus, and that is the kind of freedom you get in America. See, there are a lot of nuts-head people walking around like a ghost, and these folks, they're sick, in their head, and they commit rape, murder, and stuff like that. So if they're coming to your house, and for the first time you see them, they could do anything. We saw the guy that went to Pelosi's house, almost killed the husband, even tried to hammer him down and all that. But you can imagine when you have something to protect yourself. And as a knife is not going to cut it, because those weapons are just for close combat in a way. But when something is a little bit distant from you, you can protect yourself. You can fire a shot warning and then call 911 first anyway, and then fire a shot warning. And all these things have their vices. Now, as far as gun is concerned, it's not a toy. You are trained how to handle it. So you have to handle it with caution. Now, when you have a little ones at home, that is where you have to take completely serious, because it's just like a drug. You don't want to keep drug when they're toddlers or kids. You don't want them to accidentally take it. But with the weapon, the same thing, the same measure apply. You have to have it safe. You have to keep it locked, and you have to utilize it in the proper way. And the liability that comes having it is also huge. So you have to prepare. Using it has to be for what it's meant for. And if you are going to use it, make sure that person that you use it on does not leave. Because if that person leave, increases your liability. And God help you if the law is not on your side. But that's the kind of freedom we have in America. God bless United States.
God bless America.
One man, can you still hear me?
Can you still hear me, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So they were that's what we need right now in Nigeria instead of the state police.
No,
I've always thought that. I've always thought that Nigerians actually should follow that example of the right to bear arms.
No. I disagree with that.
Why should you disagree?
Okay, our culture. Okay, let me. I want to sound, in a way that people will understand what I'm trying to say, because I don't want to be taking it from head or come to the middle and all that. America forefathers already have that culture, and it's been passed from generation to generations. And they have a very regulated law, even though they're trying to build on the existing law, but it seems that the Congress is not allowing or helping enough. However, in Nigeria, we know that proliferation of weapons, and we have a porous border, and our law is not strong enough to curtail any anything that comes after it. So when we let weapon go into the wrong hand, it's going to be very difficult. As a matter of fact, communal clashes will become a second world war. And in a way, we have not even gone into that level. People already procuring weapons in the creek. The terrorists have weapon. The bandit has weapon. So you can imagine.
But the law abiding don't have weapons, so they are at a disadvantage.
Yeah, but it's limited to their hand. It's still controllable. Anyone found with weapon, I will quickly arrested. But you can imagine when your neighbor.
I would like to take you on. I would like to take you on this because we have enough space right now because not a lot of us are around. No, Adewale, do you know that something led America into that law, do you know that, according to one man, said that America was set up just like they set up by the British, just like they set Nigeria up. Can you still remember that back in the days in Nigeria, neighbors do open their windows and their doors also, and there were no fences. You know what I'm saying? Like only flowers people do plant in their homes in Nigeria, and then you can even open your windows and doors for the people to watch TV in case you don't have TV. So why don't you want us to also replicate that kind of good life in in Africa, instead of you to be in abroad, enjoy those
We are
something?
not
Then you
emotional.
occasionally go home
We are,
every year to be
Tony,
bragging about that I'm from America where there's freedom. Do you know that Nigeria was having such a environment? Right on.
Tony, we are not emotionally mature to that level.
Why not? Why not? Are we not human beings?
We are not. We are not.
But,
We are not. We are not emotionally stable, matured. He's somebody that is well fed, that can procure weapon. But somebody who is hungry could easily go and just on the street and go rampage and take somebody out just for the soup of the indomie on the fire, on the stove. I mean,
Mr. Adewale, if
yes.
Nigeria, all these Showore boys, they would not gun everybody down.
You see, Mike,
court, they carry gun enter, come on, George, come on everywhere.
You see, my thing is, all of these people running rampage with guns, if they know that where they are running rampage to, the people there have guns too, then they will proceed with the bit. But all these unknown gunmen, all this and that, you stop my car, and all of the cars on that stretch of road, they are all carrying weapons. Let's see, I think Nigerians should have the right to bear arms. I think it'll go wild for a period, and then it'll settle down.
One man,
Exactly.
why did you think they didn't go to wait? Why did you think they didn't carry their nonsense trouble to Ekiti? They know that if they carry those skill gold or this do a luta go there, they will be in trouble. So I agree with what you said. When you know the people you are going to meet, like that high chief said, that they are waiting. They don't have monopoly of a luta mentality.
Yeah, so we should keep trying. We know we should do it. We should do it. We should do it. And all this, the fear of the unknown, like when we have state police, some governor will use that. Let's do away with that. If you want to run a federal system, then run it like the way it's been done elsewhere, or you just stop it. So put all these, all these institutions on ground to run that system. Not be say you don't run federal system, then a woman will just be like a monarch.
Can you hear me, woman?
Yeah, we all can. Carry on.
Oh, okay, great. I just drove past my regular zone. It will be so easy to assume or propose that we should adopt that kind of lifestyle. It's not something that we've not been doing before. All of a sudden, we just wake up, yes, because your neighbor has a weapon, so everybody will proceed with weapon. No. When the police stops a motorist, the moment they're able to run your plate number and they found out that you're a gun owner, what comes to the mind of that police? Like, this is a potential threat. So they'll proceed, they will approach with caution, right? But unlike when they run the plate and nothing, no heat, nothing come up, they'll just stroll and then touch your trunk and they come and they talk to you. Now, what am I trying to say is this. You can easily track those who legitimately purchased their weapon. But in Nigeria, we know we always circumvent law, rules. We don't obey laws. We don't obey rules. We are all above law. We are all above the rules. So we do whatever pleases us. So you can imagine when somebody can easily smuggle a weapon simply because you can bear harm, they smuggle weapon from Niger or smuggle weapon from Cotonou down the border. So you don't know what this person has at home is a machine gun. Now you have Shakabula in your house thinking you're protected. So any little disagreement, any little, especially during our electoral time, little thing can degenerate to something. And you don't want to have that, especially in a third world country. It is super, very, very hard. But you're talking about the countries that they are welfare. You can eat food. You know, things that they think of, it's not like food, you know, like they're going hungry. Something that can, you know, you said to be back. So for a country like us, we are not strong to that point enough. But you know, before they used to give people license to, you know, to have maybe a shotgun or something. But all of a sudden, the government decided they're going to, you know, revoke every license. They're now selective in who they give it. I don't know if they're still giving it out now, but to me,
They're giving it out. It's
they're
allowed,
giving it out.
but the
Okay, but
condition is a little bit steep.
very steep. Okay, maybe we can start from there.
What the Americans don't realize is that the British monarchy still has the right to revoke the sovereignty of that country. No, but
Oh, that would be interesting.
The British monarchy still, you know that America, in many ways, still, at least in terms of the deed of assignment, it still very much belongs to the British monarchy.
You know, they actually,
at least ceremony, yes. So they can
you
still
know,
come and yeah.
You know, they tried it, I think, in the 17th century or 18th. They tried it because they could see that this new nation, this imagination was prospering and they could become a threat to them. So they came and bombed the White House, bombed the Capitol as well. It was an ambush, It was very, very surprising. But America rose and defend their sovereignty. So in this era, not even not even the UK can come in and say, "Hey, we want to shut you guys down." Where America is an experience that have gone beyond what the forefather actually expected. The paperwork put together to form that country actually was very solid, and they built on it, and it works. Unfortunately, we have somebody who is ready to scatter everything, and everything goes south. You know, it's unfortunate, but that country is an experiment that actually stood the test of time. So UK can now come now and say we want to revoke whose license? They can't even revoke the Commonwealth country. Oh, talk of America. America will swallow them and chew them and pass them out like pieces. You know, America is strong. America is I don't know. You know, the BRICS nation. India make a U-turn and say, I don't think that will work simply because his friend became president. And he knows that, you know, Trump is only go, no go, So if he turned on you, then you are in trouble. So India, who happens to be one of their biggest partner, making a U-turn that, you know, having an adopted one currency, it's not going to be. They are not going to do it. So that's a big blow to BRICS. Russia is trying. They are making incursion to Africa now. They are really trying to get Africa on their side, to get all these smaller nations. Maybe that will help them. But America will always stand. You know, one of the greatest export of America is technology. You know, and to today, they are still the leader when it comes to it. And together with democracy, those are the two biggest things that they're exporting. And that makes their almighty currency the strongest in the world. You know, so America will always stand. America will always remain America, and God bless the United States. One man.
Yeah, to the politics. If you still remember what we're talking about, so the Nigeria. So we're talking about the naira notes, the 1,500, 200 still going on in perpetuity. They're not barely aching about Tinubu'S Yorubanization and other matters. The Labour Party is suing members that have defected. So yeah, that or whatever interests you.
I pray for the Labour Party. They will find their bearing one day. They can continue to sue. If I watched the anti-Reti, you know, tantrum, the floor of National Assembly, I said, when is this woman going to cross carpet too? Because I'm thinking it's a matter of time. But it seems it's gonna be a long thing.
Cross carpet to where now? Where will she go now?
APC now.
No, she can't go to APC. APC is locked down in FCT.
I mean,
APC is locked down, and the person that will go to APC, landlord, landlord is crossing to APC, Aduda.
Oh.
Aduda is going to cross to APC, and APC is winning FCT.
Ireti may not come back.
No,
That's actually that was the reason why I was suggesting she's gonna cross carpet.
Not May. Ireti is not coming back, and
she's too proud anyway to.
No. She's frustrated. She's frustrated. One man.
He's frustrated rather than proud.
Super.
She's just frustrated.
No, I think she got it wrong from the beginning.
You know, how could you have been in opposition and expected that the ruling party is going to give you, put the flowers petted on the floor for you? No, you have to compromise in a way. And here you are, strong-headed in the house and picking a fight with someone who it has nothing to do with you. You running your own representative stuff in the National Assembly, and that person is governing your city. But constantly bringing the Wike's issue up is. Apparently it's not getting along with Wike, and you are locking head with. To me, you just keep a low profile, make some few changes you want to make instead of just constantly running, head on with the leadership of the house. They are going to ostracize her, and to me, she will not. Our time in the National Assembly will not amount to anything. So that woman needs to learn from those who have been in the assembly. Number one, she's also a woman, so everything works against her. If she learns from them, she will find able to know how can she not compromise to lose her integrity, but in a political way, so that she can make difference in the life of those who she claims she's representing. Now, working out on our colleagues, and but of course we are not having our way. To me, it's just that's why I suggested maybe when is she going to cross carpet? Maybe not. But now that is.
No,
I think she just did that for the optics, though. That was just photo opportunity, something, wasn't it? That. And by the way, anybody not yet subscribed, please do. We're still forever in the chase of subscribers. If you're not already subscribed, please do. But I thought she was just doing that for the cameras, that working out.
It could be, but you could see the frustration written on her forehead, like, here I am, I'm not having my way. And she thinks she could use that for a political, campaign. When
she could do that with the obedience now. Obedience, they love that. That's what they want to see.
Yeah, she has a co-conspirator, Akpoti. What's her name? So that one too is you left your
PDP.
own.
Akpoti is PDP.
But she left her own state. She's fighting for Abuja.
No, but Akpoti, Mr. Dewal, Akpoti is trying. She's really trying.
No. She made a speech about the what do you call it? The estate that was trying to bulldoze in Abuja. I was like, which concern Abuja?
Woman supporting woman now.
Well, just not even
used to support her now. I think where she got it wrong was when she came in and she was more like, Wike is supposed to be under her. That statement was actually where she got it wrong.
That until we pray for she should just make it while she still have time now. If she doesn't cross carpet, she will eat her pounded yam like a yam. Anyway, for our uncle that is Yorubanizing the federal government executive side, we need to I don't know. On one side, I'm kind of unbothered, but at the same time, I feel like why must it be Yoruba alone in a strategic position? You could, strategically find some other tribe and put them just to shut this, one-sided noise down. Because Accountant General Yoruba man, then what else?
Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance,
CBN
Yoruba man, CBN. It's obvious that he's trying to have this in control in the Southwest, but you can't do that. This is a federation system we're running. If at all, I think somebody mentioned that the Comptroller General of Nigeria Correctional Institution is an Igbo man. how much comes to the Nigeria? It has to go through the Ministry of Interior first before it trickle down to that agency. You can imagine the yes sir that you have to do to have your way. But when you are in charge of everything, I mean, I don't know, but it seems that that's what we've been doing since the day of even Jonathan. He started all this nonsense stuff. But I think Tinubu need to, maybe deliberately throw out some position to other tribe. At least he has a secretary of the federation zone to just man. Is it Jos or Benue? I don't even remember. I think it's Benue. But I think it could do better. But to those who are not Yoruba, they will think it's a big deal to them. It's not big deal to me, as long as it's capable and it's not going to steal Nigeria dry like this predecessor did. But at the same time, I wanted him not to have these side distractors, voice, noises about why is it Yoruba alone. I mean, people are going to complain. Don't be surprised. This thing could also form the basis for opposition in the 2027. People are going to be using it against him that he's only putting Yoruba there. And those who are supposed to work for him might decided, what is our chances of even getting from this thing? Look at that man, Jesu Tega, whatever it is, that went to Arise to complain and did a YouTube video about how disappointed he was in Tinubu. But the point is that some of these things may not be that much an important stuff, but to those who are in the arena, who are the foot soldiers, they may use that against them. But I hope I'm wrong and he's right, so that he can, appoint other people too. There are thousands of positions that are yet to be filled. We still have ambassadorial position that is yet to be filled. I don't even know why Tinubu is holding off on the ambassadorial position. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't just get it.
Lack of funds. They're giving the money to states.
But we cannot be without.
This month they shared an additional 310. So Nigeria is earning enough revenue.
Then let them recall some of those personnel from the mission and send the ambassador. At least if you can bring like 3, 4, 5 people, that should be able to make up the money. After all, we have embassies there. We are paying the rent for the houses, and the official cars are there. And I don't know. I'm just talking
But
like
they are running. We have Shade Affair running those embassies. So
no, but it's not like when you have a strong representative.
Is it compulsory that we put ambassador in everywhere? You should pick the strategic countries and put ambassador there.
Yes,
no.
we cannot afford. We cannot. Yeah, we cannot afford. In fact, we shouldn't even be having ambassadors in places like Spain, Italy. We can have one ambassador that we have one in Germany, but not in all these places that we don't really have any significant. Just have some consular office there that just for people to go and apply for visas and whatnot. But we don't need an embassy.
I don't want us to downplay the importance of having an ambassador.
No, Mr. Dewale, fine, we need ambassadors, right? But it's not in every country. You can't have ambassador everywhere in the world. Put ambassador in strategic, like US. You need an ambassador in the US. You need an ambassador in the UK. Right? Probably look for 1 or 2 places in
United Nations, EU.
Put ambassador in those places. Imagine what Nigeria.
The one in Italy can cover Greece.
You put ambassador in all the countries, and it's money for the boys. What exactly do some of those ambassadors do?
They do. No.
I'm not saying except the strategic countries. There are some other countries they don't even do anything. The ambassador is just there. But the strategic countries, they do 1 or 2 things. Not just any. You hear some countries and they say this ambassador of this. Which ambassador now? You won't even hear any of them. Immediately they leave. Bam. You won't even hear anything. Until probably they arrest somebody and say, ambassador, okay, somebody is an ambassador here.
It's ridiculous. How can an ambassador be in Benin Republic?
You put ambassador in Benin. You put ambassador in Togo. Why? Why not take one ambassador to cover the whole West Africa?
Waste of money.
It's money for the boys now. You pay ambassador, you pay rent, you pay this, you pay that. We don't even need. Put ambassador, let ambassador, probably 2 or 3 in Europe. Put in America, because an ambassador needs to be here. Put in UK. Don't need ambassador everywhere now. Do we need ambassador everywhere? We are wasting. Most of all these things are just waste of money, because immediately you put an ambassador, you need to get an ambassador official car. You need to get, it's a whole lot. And what exactly are we really getting from some of these ambassadors?
If you are going to a lynch system, for instance, what's the other one? Luxembourg. If you leave from Geneva, you don't need any visa, anything. You just fly there, and right at the airport, if they are not too sure, if you are coming for financial services, they phone the bank will come and pick you, and that's it. They just stamp you. If they are not too sure, they just take your passport, put it in an envelope. They give you a khaki envelope. You put it inside yourself, seal it, write your name, give it to them. That's all. Go. So when you are going back, you go to that desk and collect your thing. That's all.
So let's not deceive ourselves. I think if we want to really cut the cost of governance, some of all these ambassadors you put everywhere, you don't even need them. Even there are some staffs that in some of these embassies, take them back home. Immigration officer, probably 2 or 3 is okay. Digitalize everything. You don't even need all of them to go and start staying there and everything. Let them go back.
Only until recently, Denmark has an embassy in Nigeria. For their visa, we used to go to Ghana to get their visa. You go to Ghana.
You don't need ambassador everywhere now, but Nigeria, ambassador list, almost 150 countries, 200 countries, ambassador. For what now? What exactly are we really getting from them?
Waste of resources.
You take them there, you are taking the ambassador there, you are taking the ambassador's immediate family there, you are provisioning ambassador's house, you are provisioning ambassador's SUV.
And the vehicles, you don't just buy them a car, you buy them a convoy.
Yes, they are provisioning ambassadors everything. At the end of the day, what exactly are we going to get? It's just money for the boys, give this person, but no, I want now, even that ambassador, you now start hearing, this one is not juicy. I want juice. This one is why are you taking me to Togo? Why don't you put me in US? Why don't you put me in UK? Why don't you put me in France? So why are we disturbing ourselves? We don't even need more than maximum ambassador. 30 ambassador is okay. We don't need that.
I agree with you. We don't need any
30 ambassadors. They are okay. And they have to be
strategic. In fact, outside of about 4 or 5 European countries, the United States can equally serve Canada. Canada just needs a consular service. China, you need somebody there. And Germany, where else? You don't need what else? And Saudi Arabia, So that's just it, isn't it? What else? What of what importance is any other? Why do you need an ambassador to Benin Republic? What to go and do what? To go and watch the voodoo festival? I mean, what was that not when they sent Burutai when after he destroyed the Nigerian army?
Yes, now to go and cash Sunday Igboho.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Just the ineptitude of that Buhari administration, though.
Those are the things that there are a lot of spaces where Nigeria just wastes money unnecessarily.
So the president is really saving money. It's really saving money because this month alone, the FAC allocation so large, 310 billion above.
But you won't hear the governor talk now. They won't talk.
They won't talk.
Everybody is just chopping. Kai.
Is there no way he can even hide some of this money and use it himself for the country? Honestly. Go why give them more money? 310 billion.
Even when I think it was Jonathan that was talking of excess crude oil money that time, that they had to take into court and
they chop them now.
The governors, some of the governors, and some governors are even saying the truth though. Like, was it not governor?
Fayemi.
No. Governor of Nasarawa.
TBK. Yeah,
Governor of Nasarawa, he basically said ever since Tinubu came, he's not even gone out to look for loan because the revenue is okay for them to be able to take care of things. But it's just that the orientation that people have in Nigeria, where everything is more focused on,
But do you want that level of abundance in the hands of somebody like Senator Adeleke, though, or that guy in those states? I mean,
no. I don't even.
They will just think it's Christmas coming early.
I don't have a problem with Senator Adeleke, but the problem I have is the fact that it's a family business. They basically they are kind of like doing family business in Osun. It's everything is family.
Yeah, but they're not that sophisticated in Osun now. That's probably the only educated family there.
No, there are Abba, one man. No, there are a lot
of states.
No. Osun that has a whole Ife. Do you know how many people? Do you know how many people from Osun State that went to Ife? Do you know how many of them? There are sophisticated people now, but it's just that the Adeleke family has been in Osun politics for long, and that's where they got.
If not for even the nonchalance of Olubushe, is it the first or second? Elisha is supposed to be the headquarters. I mean, the state capital of Osun State. He was just nonchalant about it. Maybe he wanted something else from IBB, or was it Abacha that created it? He traded that thing off. Because why should the Oshogbo be? Is it Oshogbo that is their capital?
Oshogbo, yes.
No, I mean, where we have the Elisha, you have Ilefe. Come on.
All right. I think we've lost Dewale to his connection. So, but we've got Zita with us. So like replaces like. So if Zita is ready to go, we invite her into the conversation. We're talking about the Northerners bellyaching about Tinubu's Yoruba sort of government appointing Yorubas to every space. We're also talking about the Labour Party taking to law for their cross-carpeting members who are they are crossing a mass to the APC. We were also talking about the central bank telling us that the old currency will continue in perpetuity to run alongside the new one. So the confusion that brings and other matters, the appeal court sets aside orders restraining release of funds to River State. So just the usual Nigerian stuff never changes. Zita, if you're ready. All right, we don't have Zeta, so let's just carry on. Yes. So who wants to take on that Naira space that they're telling us then that the Naira will just these two-tier sort of currencies? Are we even unique and peculiar in the world for that? Because even if they are phasing it out, they should have phased it out already by now. Yes, I called you. I was listening what we were talking about and then inviting your thoughts, but I thought maybe you weren't ready.
I just came in.
Yes.
Yes. So what did you say?
I said we were talking about the central bank telling us that the 1,500 and 200 Naira notes will remain valid in perpetuity. And we're saying, is that a good thing for Nigeria? And then the Northerners are coming out to complain about the overabundance of Yorubas in the Tinubu'S. Are there no other tribes? Is a question that they're putting to Tinubu. And we're saying, should people hold a portrait of Buhari up to them? And then we're talking about the Labour Party taking to law to declare the seats of their cross-carpeting parliamentarians vacant. So that cross-carpeting politics in Nigeria. So we're talking about that and other matters as well. We're talking about the economy of Abuja, just, the usual Nigerian matters, as we always say.
Okay. Declaring their seat vacant, is it legal?
I think it's actually even compulsory because if you move from the party that sponsored your election, then you have to test your popularity again. I think that might well be what the Constitution says.
I don't think so. I don't think so. You have never seen somebody. A lot of them have been decamping now. What about Atiku Abubakar, who has been moving from one place to the other? What
Yeah, but
about
it wasn't holding a position now.
Oh, it's only when they hold a position you raise an eyebrow for.
Yes, yes.
Movement.
No. Now look at the logic of it, Zita. So you are coming from, let's say, XYZ party. XYZ party sponsors your candidature. They do your campaigning, and then the people voting for you, they may well not even be voting for you, especially, but for their trust in XYZ party. So you then win a seat with XYZ party, and then you move that seat then to ABC party. And that is what they're saying is wrong, that you cannot, through their sponsorship, get a seat and then move it to another party.
Okay, now let's see whether they will win it. Because at the point of sponsoring and winning the election, I think your business with them is done. You just carry the name. And you can, at that point, decide to drop the name. Because actually, who did the campaign was you. Not actually the party. Yeah, the party included, but the people are seeing you.
Yeah, but are they voting for you or the party? Look at how people vote now. They vote historically for party lines rather than candidates historically.
That is how they vote. Okay, that doesn't mean that is how it is being structured, because when you say you have a sanitary LP, they have somebody for the position of senator, and then the next thing INEC will ask you is to submit his name. It is okay. Put your Labour has a senator in a Ajokuta senatorial zone. Okay, fine, Labour, Ajokuta senatorial zone. Then that day you go and vote Labour for Ajokuta senatorial zone. That's not how it works. They still have to tell you to bring the name of the person. The person still have to be vetted, qualified to occupy that position. So when you say somebody left your party, and because he left your party, you are saying, okay, fine, it is your position. I don't know how that works, but from what I see as the way it functions, I don't think that's the way it works. Otherwise, parties should be dropping their names. Okay, when they win, anybody can occupy it. But somebody has to come in and fill that name. The person's name will be there. The person will be vetted. They call him Toronto University. They call him fake school cert, fake this, fake that. And at the end of the day, somebody who makes it through, you say is the party. Anyway, now, let them try their best. We said the next topic is what?
The Northerners barely aching about the overabundance of Yoruba people. They are going off the back of the Accountant General of the Federation. One retires, who is a Yoruba woman, to now be replaced by another one who is a Yoruba man. So they are saying, are there no other tribes in the country? This is the Northerners accusing Tinubu of ethnic jingoism.
Woman, you know I am the last person to discuss ethnicity and racism. Those things, I see them. Yes, they exist, but they're actually individualistic. I don't round it up. Because when Buhari was there, it was mostly Northerners. And somebody like me said, anybody he feels comfortable to work with, to deliver, I'm cool with that. And again, that's one of the reasons why I said government should hands off everything except something that they will never find anybody to do. And you and I know there are always something somebody can do except the government. So I don't care whether he flooded it with his kitchen cabinet. I don't care. But my problem is that the government should not run affairs for us. That's my stand. Whether it's a Hausa man that is there, it's a Yoruba man, it's an Igbo man, I maintain that government should hands off everything. They should not run the affairs of any country.
So what role should government have then?
Administrative role. Government should never be a business.
Yeah, I agree with you on that anyway,
It's
because
never.
they always fail when they try to run a business.
Yes, and the
Because they
business
don't have
becomes
the
too
pressure of
expensive.
profits. They don't have the
Yeah,
pressure of profit. Yeah.
yeah, the business becomes too expensive without profit. So they should too expensive to run, and at the end of the day, no profit. They should hand up. In fact, ASU Rock should have a contractor running it. I mean it. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if they don't do that, well, you might call me a capitalist. I don't care. But until they do that, Nigeria will not be let them just go there, collect their salary every month and walk away. Let them just be administrator. All those companies and contractors should come and record what they have done. Simple. So I don't really care whether it's Yoruba or Igbo or anybody he flossing there. It has always been like that. Except for Obasanjo, maybe because Yorubans never liked him. It's Obasanjo that I saw that run an inclusive government. When Jonathan was there, leftover of Obasanjo, and then he put all Northerners, thinking they will put him up there. I don't even know why Northerners are complaining. They just left that place. So what is all this noise all about? It's not up to
It's
2 years they
entitlement.
left.
And it's also politics. It's entitlement and politics as well. You know, you always have to put whatever pressure you can on the government in a situation.
The funny aspect of it, woman, is that these people, you put all manner of pressures. When they put you there, you don't have a plan. It's not all about putting pressure. You should have a plan. What is the option? This idea of somebody is the president, you are working towards him failing. Therefore, you will never suggest anything that is good. You will never say anything that is good. You keep working towards the person failing, so that if you fail, you come in, and you come in, what is? You do nothing. I mean, but for me, I don't know why Northerners are complaining, because they just left there. It's not even up to. Is it up to 2 years they left there? No. So
No,
they should
it's
calm down.
coming up to 2 years, but it's not up to 2 years yet.
They should calm down now. Wait for their turn.
And these are old Naira notes that they're not removing from circulation. They keep talking about inflation, too much money in circulation, but they tell us now that the old Naira notes goes on in perpetuity. What's the logic of that?
I don't even know how, in the first place, you should tell somebody to maybe because Nigerians use a lot of cash. You don't write off money like that. You keep collecting it, you keep collecting it. As you are collecting it, you are giving them the new one. You collect the old one, you give them the new one. You collect the old one, you give them the new one. Until the old one disappears. But because Nigerians don't, unless you give a date and tell them you must bring the money, otherwise it will be desolate with you, we see them digging it up from wherever they buried it. If it's a normal society, all you do is announce that the currency has changed. You keep normal people, when they show you a new currency, anywhere you have the old one, it's common sense that you should keep spending it to get the new one. But so what do you want them to do? To phase out the old money? Why would they do that?
No, because the idea is that there's a lot of illicit money in circulation. There's a lot of Naira notes buried in soccerways all over, up and down the country. There's a lot of money stored from looting all of that. So to flush out that money and to cleanse up the system, all those sort of things.
See, I thought when they collected all those money, Buhari burnt most of them, and then said you cannot take a particular amount cash. I thought that was what they did. Has it changed?
No, that's not changed, but the idea was to phase out the old currency for the new one. In order then to
new
control...
one now? What man? Is it not money they're going to use to print those new money?
How do you mean?
Is it not money that they are going to use to print the new money you are talking about? Or didn't you hear that they said they didn't have enough?
Enough what?
Enough used ink, colored ink, and then burned the old ones he collected. And now they don't have enough to circulate. So why are you telling them?
Yeah, so they should print more now. I mean, what
are they going? They use money to print new money.
Yes, what else? I don't understand the logic. The logical space.
Okay, let me tell you the logic.
Yeah.
In the year 2023, how much did Buhari and the Nefelefe used to live? In fact, I should be calling that money used to print that new money.
A lot more than was needed to have done it, but I couldn't give you the exact figures, but a lot more than.
We know that was massive. It was huge, and then at the end of the day, we didn't see the money. We didn't see the money. That same Efulefu came out and told us that he couldn't print enough. In as much as the one he printed was 10 clause, he said he couldn't print enough. So what are we talking about? You want them to put this big government spending, they will put another $30 billion to print.
You don't need $30 billion to print money. You don't even need up to $500 million to print money.
No,
it's just yeah, but it was a corruption something now. But in actual cost analysis of it, you don't need more than $500 million, if even that, to print sufficient enough for the economy.
Okay. Well, maybe you have to go and tell Tinubu that he needs to print money.
Yeah, but
he should not spend more than 500 million to print it.
And by the way, we have been printing facilities in Nigeria, so it's not as though,
So why did it cost Buhari and the Flav for that amount?
Because they went to Turkey or somewhere to go and print.
That one,
you know how they operated under Buhari now. Anything that cost ₦1 is yeah.
You know that thing went bad. That printing machine went bad.
The one in Nigeria.
Yes, it went bad.
And they can fix it now. Yeah, they can fix it and print money.
With another $1 billion.
Do you know that Nigeria actually prints currencies for about 3, 4, 5 other African countries as well? So it's not as though they're doing it just.
Yeah, that time it was good. But I heard from somebody that place that said, what were they calling that? They are off the place. I've forgotten the name they use. I have a cousin who worked.
And Nigerian printing, minting. They call it minting something. Minting.
My cousin worked there. I had a cousin who worked there. At that time, he told us that the thing went bad. So I don't know.
So you're happy for them to go on with it?
They should go on with it until it went to dust. That thing is money now. Why should money be picked and burnt? Honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't understand that.
It's not money. It's paper. The value of it is digitalized, isn't it? So its value retains. It's just the paper that is burnt.
The paper that is burnt in a country where almost 60 or 70% of them use cash. The value of it is in paper. I bet woman, leave me. You are there. Maybe you are thinking you are in the UK. Value of money in Nigeria is digitalized. So why are they burying it in their houses if it's digitalized? So is Njoku going to do Christmas in?
It's looking like it, isn't it? I wonder what sort of meals they serve them during Christmas. You know, he told them he's a content creator now. When they finish, authorities got hold of him. He says he's not even an activist; he's a content creator. That's what he told them. Whatever that means,
He showed them proof now.
Yes, now he's a YouTuber, according to not a freedom fighter, but a YouTuber. You know, it's just It's the most
That guy did a
ridiculous.
lot of things. So that guy committed sacrilege.
You know, Zita, I wouldn't even object to the guy so much. It was just some opportunistic 419 chancer that just wanted to pick the pockets of the gullible. But it's
No,
the
but he
kill,
would have
is
done
the
it like
killing,
Owazurike
is the
and
killing, is the killings that
Mhm.
yeah, that's where it crossed the lines.
That's where he crossed the line. That place, the guy, oh woman, that guy
He killed a lot of people, though. He killed a lot of
that
people.
guy committed sacrilege. Yeah, honestly, sincerely
I've
speaking,
seen monarchs, rulers. They would kneel them on their knees and hold AK to their head. Oh God, I mean, it
they
did a
did
lot
it
of
in
bad things.
Ebuoma now. They did
Yeah.
it in Ebuoma. Bring the only child on at the tarmac, knelt him down in the tarmac and blew off his head. The whole village was watching. That guy committed. In fact, even if they don't do him anything, unless his feet will not touch Nigeria, that land will not spare him. I'm telling you, that guy, I have never, you know, when they say Boko Haram was at a point, Boko Haram were mostly foreigners. At a point, Boko Harams were mostly foreigners. That was why when the villagers saw that foreigners are joining, the villagers had to start fighting them. But this one is your next door neighbor in the village is planning on how to deal with you because you didn't support them. And you think he's joking, he will deal with you next. I mean, oh man, I don't know. Even sentencing that guy to death is too peaceful. It's too peaceful a penalty for him. I'm telling you, that would be too peaceful.
But hopefully they hold him in. I cannot see how they will not find him guilty. If that guy needs to be out of circulation for at least 3 years, thereabout, maybe 5. For the I don't think the girl in charge now, Ngozi Orabueze, I don't think she has enough to carry it. So, but that guy needs
Another
to.
person will spring up. That is look.
Yeah.
The thing is the I don't know how to say it. The personality makes it more chaotic and more deadly. But that catching the leader or whatever, whosoever you people claim to be the leader, picking that person up does not change the movement.
So yes, that space. I think ultimately there's going to be changes in that space. Because Nnamdi Kanu now he preened and peacocked and was picked up and jailed. This guy also came. He preened and he peacocked and he's been picked up and he's been jailed. So who was that guy? The one that preceded that preceded Nnamdi Kanu. He did not print or peacock. He just agitated, and he still has his liberty now. So the type of leadership that succeeds Simon Ekpa now will have to take the learning from both Nnamdi, that bombasticness of Nzobu, and the shouting and the trying to be alpha male and all this kind of ludicrous throwback to the 50s. I think the sort of leadership they have in that space, it would transmute from this machismo, something that they've always had.
Woman, the picking them up will not actually solve the problem. The easiest way to solve that problem is to attack the financial aspect of it. If you want to stop it without Igbos, like the way I used to say, Igbos are the one to stop it, like fight back and stop it. The second way it can be automatically eradicated is look for, because it is a racketing business, you know. Owazirike did it, made so much money. It was Owazirike that showed them that there is money in it. So this guy picked from there. He made so much money. And then this one. So what you do is turn it around. When you start picking their sponsors, it will die. Not arresting the leaders. Because as long as that fund keep going on, that transfer of fund keep going on, somebody will be there to collect it. Unless otherwise the Igbo people will rise up against it. But I don't think they will. Not anytime soon. So if anybody wants to help them, the only thing you have to do is to infiltrate their financial, make it so bad, because they don't have a strong root like the ISIS, the Houthis, and all those. Even those ones, they still find it difficult. Just plant one or two people, just like they plant Israel. Plant one or two people in the financial arm all over the world. They start hitting them. You will see the thing will fizzle out. That's just it. But I don't think anybody wants to do that. Because some people, when they did NSAS in Nigeria, some people ran and went and collected the court
part of the problem, Azita, I think, is that the Nigerian state never really accorded that Biafra narrative the seriousness that it may deserve until later. I think it's actually the tail end of capturing Nnamdi Kanu. That's when they started to take it somewhat seriously.
No,
I thought they just dismissed it as just a bit of rascally youths just making noise, you know.
Asking for secession is a normal thing. No government should start fighting a region or something because they're asking for secession. The problem there was when Nnamdi Kanu was in Britain, vomiting all those rubbish he was vomiting, collecting money, flying to US, meeting Showeredem, and they were holding hands and having a nice discussions. It wasn't, nobody was disturbing him. It is when he came back, because people push you so far that you will do things you don't want to do. Because that time they were telling him, you can't enter Nigeria, you can't enter Nigeria. If you enter, they will pick you, say nobody. I'm a British citizen. So when he landed, nobody picked him. It was when he started forming that apparatus. Most people forget too much, too soon. It was those security he was forming. That was what started with chat license. That was what started the problem. You can't come into a sovereign nation and be forming security apparatus. That was what started that problem. So the talk, it's not that they ignore the talk. We can talk now, make noise. What is there? It's when it becomes so violent and you are trying to infiltrate another government. Form another government inside the government, according to Buhari. That's when they enter into trouble with Nigerian government. After all, Owazirike used to carry flag. Owazirike printed money now. Is he in jail? He printed money. We printed Biafra money now. At the end of the day, the idiots that gave him money to print that money, he told them that he gave them a date that we spent. Oh man, have you all forgotten? Baba, is Baba there?
Baba is there only temporarily. I remember the money now.
He even gave them a date. The money will start. I don't know that the country has a date. Their money will kickstart. He gave them a date. The money will kickstart now. So you people have forgotten. Did anybody pick him?
I think this latest round of chancellors also, they also have a currency too, don't they? But their own is digital currency. So my God, wow.
I don't understand that.
But it speaks to a desire within that space, though, because for it to be this way, there's a the people
One
want
man,
it.
let me tell you. You know,
The
I'm
Easterners want Biafra, yeah.
No, one man, let me tell you. I don't know how to put it, but let me try. You see, when you have so much bitterness about something, if you don't take your time, somebody will rip you off from it. If you have so much bitterness, two things are about to happen. It's either it will end up ruining you because of that bitterness, or somebody somewhere will use it to hammer because you're bitter over a situation. Most times Nigerians come and say, even the North has not forgotten the word they've forgiven. They've not forgiven, but they are not rising up to leave Nigeria. And they're not killing themselves. And every time there is something like governance in Nigeria, they fight tooth and nail to be in the position to own Nigeria. So why don't you do the same? If you think you are so bitter about what happened. But what do I know? So many ethnic groups in the world, those things are destroying them. I'm telling you, because woman, if you look at it, most of the people that are talking about Biafra, most of them some of them were 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years when that war happened. The rest were not even born in the first place when the war happened. Go and check your record. Check the record. 80% of these people who are running around everywhere, the oldest, as at the time the war took off, was 10 years. Highest 12 years. At that time, I don't know what you will understand about war. Unless somebody sits you down to tell you what is going on. It's not that I don't know. It's not that there is that putting money there because, do you know some of them are putting money there just because they felt that will be disturbing Nigerian government? You won't believe it. It's not actually that they're paying that money believing that the Biafra will come. No. They're paying that money so that they worry the government. Maybe they worry Nigeria. So that's why they're putting the money. And tomorrow, somebody like Baba will come out and tell us that presidency should be rotated. Every minority in Nigeria should rule Nigeria. Abi?
Yes, but Baba's gone to bed. I think as most people, maybe I will as well. Zika, you have to join us earlier tomorrow. We have a big guest one, and two, people want to hear from you. But you join us. You keep joining us later and later. But
I will try tomorrow.
Yes.
Today, I didn't go to the snow here. It's unbelievable.
Are you snowed in? You can't even. Do they?
It's about 12 inches. So
do they have the system here where there's a truck that they send out to go and pour salt on the snow?
No, they don't do it. Let me tell you, this place, their roads are heated.
Oh wow! How's that done?
I don't know. Their technology is something else. So
they have gas there, don't they? They have gas. They have gas. Do they have? They have oil, don't they, and gas in Norway?
This place is number one in green energy.
All
See, right. the road, how do I put it? They have a similar thing in Chicago too. You know, these drainage pipes.
Yes.
You know, cities that are extremely cold, if they don't have the drainage pipes are not heated, they'll be having blocks now because when
Yes, that's true.
so I think that thing is on the drainage pipe. It's heated because the main roads will be like as if water wet, but both sides will be filled with snow. So the thing melts on its own. You'll be hearing the sound of the water on the drainage if you are driving slow. So it's not gonna stop you from going anywhere you're going. But the only thing is that most flights are being cancelled because in as much as they try to do it in the air, it's not really sometimes very effective.
Is that one? Is this one of the worst you've had so far in that country?
No, the worst was in I think 2019 before the pandemic. That one was 3 days. They call it Polavotres. It usually happens, but this one was for 3 days. You know, the Polavotres, if you come out, you freeze instantly. So you die. You like stone. You be stone like. So that
how is life lived in that sort of? It's amazing, you know, how life can be lived in that sort of a country. It's just.
I can forgive them I forgive that place for everything, but the total darkness and total daylight is man, and the weather.
Nobody goes out. You are just indoors, aren't you?
No.
Who wants to go out?
During the Portland Fortress?
Yes.
No, you don't go out. You don't try it.
Yeah, but even at this moment in time now,
No,
do you
go
go
out? You go to work.
There are people on the streets.
No, it's highly advanced now. You don't see people. And let's say through summer, you see them in gatherings, in weddings, in church services, in parties.
What's happiness? How can people be happy in that? You know, because they live a life of contentment. But I cannot imagine me living. I would die if I lived in a place like that. It'll just be just too serene, too sedated, too. Oh God. What's even life in that place? What's life? They don't know what life is.
No, it's beautiful. The place I live in, I went to work last week, was the coldest part of the place. It's the coldest part of the place. It's extremely cold. Karachok. Karachok is something else. It's like Yukon in Canada. So, well, it's a beautiful place. Business, money, and everything. Yeah. They have a lot of oil and gas companies here. So,
do you see yourself living there for the foreseeable?
I had it.
How long have you been there? Actually, you've been there for decades now.
No, not up to a decade. 6 years. 5 years. 6 years. 6 years.
You see yourself putting down roots there and just. I know you still want to go. Yeah,
I have problem with debt. Dirty. I don't like dirty bros. The place is explicitly too clean. That's one of my attractions at the place. It looks heavenly. That's one of my attractions to the place. Like, if you want to imagine heaven, what heaven looks like, you come this area. It's explicitly clean, fresh air. The nature, you see what they call nature at its peak. You turn around you see wonders. Honestly, it's as if you put your hand like this, you touch heaven. That's how you feel when you come here. But now we know they see daylight. No daylight now. Till sometime in April, in February.
How many hours of sunshine do you get?
No, we don't have any now.
So you don't see any penetration of daylight at all.
No.
Is dark?
Unless Aurora Borealis pass.
Is dark all the way through?
For 68 days.
My God.
Sometimes.
My God.
This year it started early. It usually starts 27th.
How many days do we have in a year that you are 68 days in darkness? Yeah, my God. Look at that. I'm sure the people like that, people from there cannot live anywhere. They can't live amongst normal people, can they?
I remember when one of them came to our office in Nigeria in those days, he slumped. They have to fly him out.
Is it the heat or just the overwhelming, everything?
The heat.
Yes.
The heat.
Although I appreciate that, or even when I go to Nigeria now, the heat, man, especially that Lagos, you just sweat like a pig, don't you? You know.
And then the air is not clean, though. The air in Nigeria is not clean. After staying here, whenever you visit Nigeria, you sometimes in the day you feel suffocated, even like you are not breathing well. That's the way I feel. The air is not good. This place, they have a very clean air. It's 60. It's supposed to be 62, but they got it right. So wrong. So it started on the 17th instead of 27th. Started 10 days earlier. So we have a long time to go.
So is it something that people look forward to? Do you have summer there? Do you have summer?
Yeah.
Where people can actually wear t-shirts. Yeah.
That time you don't see night.
And people wear t-shirts in that country.
Yeah, sure they do.
My God.
No, it doesn't get that cold in Tromsø.
You say it's like heaven. It sounds like hell to me. Look at it. Sounds like hell to me. Oh God.
If you come, you will like it.
Like no, the beauty of it, no doubt, but the practicalities of life,
No, woman, when you come here, what you see is nature. You will appreciate God. I'm telling you, you will. It has about 200 mountains and about more than almost. I almost miss my counting, but I'm sure they have up to 1,000 mountain peaks. So you can imagine snow on it, how it will look.
They have this strange culture there, don't they, Zita, that in the coldest of the cold nights, they will get naked and then they'll go and break through the frozen lake and then go and swim in the frozen lake. Is that not what they do?
I don't know about that one. No.
They do it now. We know it. They like to go and skinny deep in the freezing that's what they do. And then they have this sauna next to it. They do the hot and then they are just strange people, aren't they?
No, it's the fishing. They fish on it. What I know is that there is a sickness that they usually happen here. When it is cold, you get so warm. Your body gets a disease though. Your body, instead of getting so cold, your body gets so warm for them. So I don't know.
What about poor people? Does the government pay for their heating during this period?
These people, this place, poor no damn. Their welfare is something else. They don't get poor for here. Right?
They don't get poor people.
Nobody said they don't get poor people, but they don't get poverty. That's the right word. Of course, they have poor people now that they spend so much money taking care of. But the thing is that you are well taken care of. When you were born, they will give your husband holidays, give you holidays. Still, they hammer you salary. Who does that? For 1 year.
I think here it's for about 6 weeks, and then you start to get half salary, and then after another 6 weeks, you get a quarter. You know.
No, this one they go hire you, and even if you finish the 1 year self, you still have issues. You can still stay. They'll be paying you. They have a lot of very good welfare. They have very good welfare. What I don't like here is actually their medical, but I like the.
What's wrong with their medical?
I don't know whether it's my body or what. If I take medicine here, it's as if it doesn't work.
It's the weather, isn't it? It's not the weather is not conducive for human habitation.
Do you know what?
Where the weather takes you like this, the weather discombobulates your body anyway. As a black man, they would discombobulate my body. Can you imagine? Yeah, 70 days of darkness. I mean,
you see this thing you are saying there. When my kid brother, my late brother, when he came visiting, it was during that total. I was telling him you'll be fine during summer. So he came during, so it was the total daylight for 62 days. And you know what the guy said? He said, by the way, which human being find water come here?
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
He said, how can a human being come to discover this kind of a place and come and live here? It was unbelievable.
It sounds like a place you should send prisoners to, that for them to just cast them there, like they used to send them to Australia back in those days,
The sun was shining so bright. He said, sister, it's 2 a.m. in the morning. I said, you won't sleep. Don't worry now. They wait for night, it will come. 5 days. He said, so this is how it will continue. I said, yes, that's the way it will continue. Then after you start having 1 hour, 2 hours. They don't usually have 12 hours. They don't. There never been something like 12 hours of daytime and 12 hours of night. No. They don't have that throughout the year. They don't. The highest 9. Normal period. Either one is 9. Normal period for the other one, the night is 9. So it's never like the way we usually have it.
It must mess with the body system, though. When you travel and come back, how long does it take you to settle back into?
Okay, let me tell you a story. When I came here newly, actually when I got the job, big, and I was so happy. My husband said, "You wouldn't like their weather." And I was like, "Well, I know it's cold. I manage. I dress up. After all, human beings are living there." The guy looked at me because my husband doesn't talk much anyway. He's somebody of few words. So as I just discarded the information, he smiled within himself because he knows me. I'm going to scream here. My dear, I stayed. When I came around May. I came around February. So that was the end of February. So that time, I noticed that it wasn't that normal. But I've been in places where 3 a.m., by 8, 9 in the night, it was still bright. So I didn't have issues with that. But that time, it gets to like 12 midnight before it starts getting dark. So it was okay until July. One man, I put my alarm. I was watching television, waiting for night to come so that I will sleep. And then I want to doze off. I said, no, if I sleep now. All of a sudden, my alarm rang. I said, what's going on? 5 a.m.? 5 a.m. There was no darkness since I came back from work. if you see that thing affected my brain, no. Even up till now, it still disturbs me.
It will take you at least 3 days to recover, to reset the body from
Two
that.
things that happened to me here: the polar, and then the aurora borealis.
Have you seen that? Have you seen the aurora borealis?
It happens here almost every week. The first time I experienced that thing, I almost fainted. I thought the world has come to an end. This thing passed into our bus, like we were in our staff bus. The thing entered the bus, like everywhere was, and it was a very colorful one. That one has green, has orange color, then has a kind of pink. It's as if it passed through our bus. If you see the way I screamed like one village girl,
This is what Zeta is talking about, by the way. It's a natural phenomenon that happens in is it Finland? Is it just Finland or?
This place is the home of it. This Tromso is where the whole world comes to see it. It happens almost every 2 weeks here or every week. You want to see it, you come here. Now I look forward to it. I look forward to it now. Some of them
they call it Northern Lights, don't they? They call it Northern Lights, yes.
They have a native name they call it here. They worship itself.
Imagine if that something like that was happening somewhere in Nigeria. Imagine the amount of gods that would have come out of this. The god of this, the god of that.
No,
imagine.
here too, they worship it. They Sumans worship it. I worship it. It's part of their culture.
Now, wow, this tells you that this will be a mineral-rich sort of country with so much. Yeah. Now, wow.
It passes in Trump. If you want to see it, they call it the home of aurora borealis. It passes here like, man. Comes in
Those are not techno lights from a discotheque, by the way. For anybody that is watching, that's actually how is it explained? What's the science? What have you bothered to look into the?
Yeah, they said
what creates the phenomenon?
They said is this. They couldn't explain it very well. They said it's the sun, the weather, hydro, whatever that is in the sun. When it cuts, it breaks off, and that's what forms this thing. I said it's from the sun. That's what they said. That whatever that forms the rays of the sun. That when it breaks off, it forms this thing, and they keep breaking off this place. I don't know. He's very fast, though.
Tonight, you've come in when I was just about to shut down. It's just me and Zeta marveling at the wonders of nature in Norway, where she lives. Have you ever seen this aurora borealis? Tonight. All right. I think it's been at the eggnog again. What's the Christmas meal in Norway? They eat reindeers there, don't they?
Their holidays here is Christian holidays. The only holidays they have, apart from their national.
Yeah, but what's the Christmas meal?
Do I eat their Christmas meal? Anything food? I'm not.
Yeah, but you must know what they eat now.
Oh,
do you know what they eat? What do they eat?
You know, they have a lot of fish here.
Yes.
Most of their meals are made of fish, potato. There's one thing I have not really seen here is rice.
They don't eat rice. They eat whale meat, don't they?
Yeah, I eat not well. I eat seal. I eat seal. It's very tasty. I like seal meat. I eat seal.
How about your average gari? And how do you get your gari? What's the situation there? You import from Nigeria?
Woman, do you eat Gary in Britain?
Every other shop. You don't even have to travel far. It's everywhere.
Ha. Now, wow. Actually, when
You know, jollof rice has now entered the British culinary lexicon. Everybody knows jollof rice now.
No,
you know.
Even in the US, they know jollof rice. I remember my mother-in-law and the sisters children. They used to tell me to make jollof rice for them. We say they know fufu too. They know fufu. They know about fufu. They know jollof rice. I used to make a lot of jollof rice for them when I'm in the US. But actually, I am not really. When my brother was coming, he brought crayfish because of the wool. So I told him, yes, there's crayfish here, but it's not gonna taste like that one in Nigeria. I can, because of the wool. Okay. I told him to bring what do they call it? Sungu. Because of the wood they use in smoking it in Nigeria, it gives it a special taste. Even the one he brought is still in the freezer here. I'm not really that kind of. When I was in Nigeria, I don't eat gari anyway.
So what do you eat? You eat
I
Oyibo
might eat
food.
pounded yam. I might even eat fufu, but not gari. Share the gari, the one they use hot water to do. No.
Yes.
That thing doesn't. It wasn't. Why didn't I like it? I don't like the process.
The process of making it.
Yeah. Because although they said they have what do they have
Introduce technology.
They said they have there is a species that they're using now, because I have a colleague of mine that had a very big farm in Oyo State, a massive cassava farm in Oyo State. He even have a cassava mill. So he was telling me that no, that one that I'm scared of growing up, that is no longer in existence, that cassava has phased out. That the one they have now, you can even boil it and make boil it and make an instant fufu from it. That one you can even eat it. It's not poisonous. I said, okay, if you say so. The process is bad.
I'm still curious to know what the meal is, though, in Norway. Not especially for yourself, but what's the average Norwegian eating? Because all those Scandinavian countries, I have this just lazy thought of boiled potato, boiled sausages, and fish, and that's what I think they just bland food. Do they have a food culture there?
I don't eat out, so I don't eat out. They have funny names they call their dishes, which I'm not interested in. They have, unless you ask them what it's made of, they will tell you. But they have names of their dishes that are funny.
What about the drinking culture? Do you go to wine bars and stuff like that? You strike me as somebody that goes to wine bars. What's the drinking culture there? Is it a vodka country? I imagine it's a vodka.
Yeah. Of course, they drink a lot. It's cold now. It's cold. It's a very cold country.
All right. Tonight, I do want to say a couple of words. We were just about to shut it down before you came in. I was just curious to know about Norway. I want to know if it's worth a visit or not. But tonight, a couple of words, and then we shut it down. I think
you come here one man, you go drink alcohol, tire.
Yeah, you know, I know they drink beer anymore though, because beer I'm trying to manage my weight, so I don't drink beer anymore, but I drink spirits now. Yes, that's what I drink. But I don't drink. I can't remember the last time I had beer or Guinness even, which I used to drink quite a lot back in the days.
Let me tell you, I don't want to say it's a global platform. This place na Shayo, and it's very expensive because they have very good ones. Na Shayo, weekend for here, eh? If you have them as friend, although they're not very friendly people anyway. But I have few of them who are my friends. I can visit their farms. They show me things, their farmland and those stuffs. I have a lot of pictures. They used to take me around, my colleagues. But one man, the only thing I can tell you is that this place is beautiful. It's a very beautiful place. That's
you mean for its natural wonder or for the technology?
There's a place they call Southern Truman. Do you know that I used to take a cable ride to Southern Truman just to watch the whirlpool? Man! Anytime I go there, I begin to wonder. Do you know what will be going through my mind? I say, if this thing is in my country, I wonder one story that will come out of it.
They will tell you about a god that fell from the sky, won't they? There will be some if a god that fell from the sky, and then they put his staff down. I said there should be light everywhere. They say it's the light of the god of the God. They would have voodooed it up.
They would have said that this house is the house of Okija or Shango. No, the woman is worth visiting.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. Is it a tourist? Do they have tourism there? Do they facilitate for tourism?
If they don't have tourists here, where would they have tourists in the world? They have even tourist guard. The moment you land, everything you just pay, everything is arranged. Either you want to go on with ferry, with flight, with train, with car, whichever way you want to look around. But I will always advise anybody, whereas ferry is always longer. But it will do you a lot more good if you go on ferry so that you will see the Floyd. It is heavenly. Woman, if you come here, you see road there. I think this country constructs the best road for my waka for life. Oh. This country, no country beat them for road construction. Their road construction is something else. Know how to construct road to maneuver underneath all those mountains and and those Floyds.
Yeah, their climate does help them because the land is very hard, not to mention with the cold on top of it. So most of the stuff they put in place tend to stay in place. Some parts of Nigeria is very hard for a region to be still, and to be fair, most of their life in the northern Europe, they tend to be relatively, compared to like the Mediterranean and area, they tend to be backward. Actually, that's historically, they tend to be backward, and even they know that. They describe it themselves. I think one of them used the term, "We're more like animals than human beings," the way we used to live.
The Viking genes, Abby, the Viking genes.
Yeah. Especially the ones that are even far north, further north.
To Niger. What happened here is something that I will always advise somebody to come and see. They separated the modern from the ancient. And then you have I think that is the kind of thing that would have happened in Nigeria, more especially in the north, where they still have the old Kano and the new Kano. If you come the Samians, their farmland, their animals, their heirs, their what do they call it? This majestic. You will see where they still have the farm. You can go on a tourism in that area, you see everything like the nativity of the land, the culture of the people, the way they dress. You like, yeah? So some people are like this. You know, they will allow you to go in, give you food to feed the animals. You know, you see all those things, take pictures, and then, then you come out again. You were like, boo, where did I just pass now? You find yourself in a heavily super modern nation. So they're not backwards. They did a fantastic job. They separated those places from the other side, and they still coexist very well.
Yeah.
You want to see modern, you want to see tech, you want to see the civilization of the now, come here. Then you want to see ancient of the ancients, you still come here. So that's the fantastic job they did. They didn't miss two of them and mumble two of them and everywhere is everywhere. No.
I think their progress is mostly not of their own direct making. It's a geopolitical situation that meant that they have the luck of being at the northern end of Europe that protects them from the rest of the world and all the other stuff that comes with it. There's no way they will be doing badly, given their location, the fact that remember, they are not the one that won First or Second World War, that shaped the world or conquered, colonized the world. They are not the ones.
To Niger, I will not agree with you on that. Do you know why I said this? You see, if you say it's the environment, which includes the weather, the position of the country that make them to keep developing, you are right. But if you say they do not have a choice, they are forced to do that, I will say no. Why? Because I remember growing up as a child in the north, children used to faint because of heat. Meningitis was at its peak even up to today. The government of Nigeria have not done anything about it. Nigeria is supposed to be highly electrified so that people who can... Okay, now I want to say this. Let me tell you, in this place I am, you hardly get weather 19 degrees centigrade. You don't. At 17 or 16, that's now too hot for them. Helicopters, mixed carrying helicopters will fly in the air up there and drop the mist to calm down the environment. That's how powerful this country is. Then, you know this, what do they call it? Sumo, is this tap now that is on the road they use for fire service? What do they call that tap? That big head tap?
Something hose.
Do you know what they do? It's in the streets here. During that time, they open it up. The water will cover the streets. As you're driving, it's as if, you know, when you are, I don't know if you experience going down the stream. It will as if you are going down the stream. You know that air, cooling. So if you say that they are doing it because of the place they are, I agree with you. But rather than I ask, in Nigeria, are they not in such African countries, are they not in such conditions whereby, because of the condition, the environment, the position the country is, they are supposed to develop some certain things to enable it, make it habitable for their citizens. So why are they not doing that?
Because Nigeria's fate is not the same as those of those nations. Nigeria's fate is a kind of fate right now of actually emerging as an either important nation or we are doomed, one way or the other.
One man, you see this one, No, the first one. When you want to take picture, you just do as if you put your hand. I've done it before. It's as if you put your hand. It will seem as if it's coming after
Are we
you.
losing Zeta a little bit, or is it my connection?
I think probably your connection, because I can hear her clearly.
It's
So
your connection.
my main reason for coming here was just
all
to
right,
explain the aurora borealis. It's something that is tied to the solar flares and our own magnetosphere. And the reason why it shows up in the north is because in the north, that's the northern poles, there is a weakening of that magnetosphere in that region,
But
because that curve.
hydraulic magnetic something they called it.
So that area
They said it cuts
it
off.
becomes more visible.
Cuts off. Yeah, that's what they said. It dislocates.
Yeah, it's like I don't know how to describe. It's like, you know how orange, the middle of where the orange, this thing, the center of the orange, where it separates from the tree, that area, there's a dip there, and that's how the this thing, the magnetosphere of Nigeria is. That's the world. I mean, so there's a dip at the North Pole and on the South Pole. So if you go to both ends, you see the aurora, because it's closer to the ground. The electromagnetic rays from the sun gets closer to the ground and charges the particles in the clouds, because it's come closer now to the clouds. It interacts with them, and here you get all these light shows that you're seeing. If the ionosphere was as strong as it should be, like in other parts of the world, it's not going to encounter the clouds and the particles in the atmosphere to give this kind of light show.
Oh man, these people make a lot of money from tourism. People come to see this.
I thought they made money from Nokia.
No, they make a lot of money from tourism. They come for the polar Floyd. They come for the polar days, for the cable travel. Then they come for this, and then they come for hair. So it's a really busy place. Sometimes when you come here,
do they not have a music festival? A music festival culture there as well, for those sort of techno music.
There is. I've forgotten what they called it to. Yeah, but it's not in my area. No, it's not in my area. My area, the place I am, is far. They call it gateway to the Arctic. So it's all these things that people come there to see. And they have a lot of oil companies here too.
And wow. I still feel that it's not conducive for human habitation. Who wants to live in a place like this?
When you see the money now, you go leave.
The money now. Of course, it's always the money.
Yeah, you should see the money.
And there are relatively few in those areas. I think the Scandinavian countries, they make up about at most 28 million people, and I guess the land mass is quite a lot. All of them, all these Scandinavian, not only Norway and the entire Scandinavian nations. There are not that many. The UK alone outnumbers them, 2 times at least. So,
it's a small. Even the land area is small too. It's not that big.
Yeah, on the map though, when you see it on the map,
you mean the habitable land area?
No,
because I suspect that they have a vast swathe on uninhabitable.
Yeah, the two cities before mine is frozen, where they have the volcanic mountain. I even thank God that it got frozen, because I wonder what anybody would have been doing with that volcanic mountain self. So it's erupting on the ice. People still go there for tourism.
Yeah, Iceland and Greenland.
No, not Iceland, here, Norway.
Oh, in Norway?
One of their mountains they have 2 mountains that are volcanic. One is being taken over by the eyes.
Yeah, Nigeria is very lucky. We don't have any of those things. Maybe because we don't have them, it doesn't force us to think. Maybe because all these people, they have so many problems in their countries. You know, you look at Japan, the earthquake left and right. America, tornadoes, hurricanes, constant. Well, we just sit there, maybe a bit of a strong wind. That's how we
When
still
hell
get.
fall here, when hell fall here, you know, Mike Tyson knock. It's as big as when you fold your hand. That we want everybody to stay indoors.
Yeah.
The kind of roofing they have here is not the common.
How many
roofing.
layers of clothing do you have to wear to
Woman, you've asked me that
go
question.
out?
It depends
Don't
on
mind
the.
Woman. Woman is like so curious and fascinated. Like, what is
I
going on
have.
out
It
there?
depends on the make now. It depends on the brand
You
you are
know, you're
buying.
too Niger. Would you live in a place like that? Would you live there?
I like them in some way, their lifestyle, because they don't get into people's business as much, even amongst themselves. They
Yeah, you're
they are
right.
less talkative than other groups.
No, they're very. They say they. How will I say it? They talk without thinking. Or will I say they behave when it comes to communication? They behave like a Dutchman.
Yeah.
Dutch people just say it. That's how these people behave.
I would rather be like them, because if you go, if I have the choice, I would like to live there for a bit, because it teaches you a little bit about kind of human nature, because we are very expressive, you see, but they are not very expressive. They could be looking at you and you're talking and they want to chop your head off and you wouldn't even know. And because they don't talk as much as we do. And
No, they do.
From what I gather, they don't.
No,
not as
they
much
are
as
not friendly. Like they won't want to make friend with you, but they are. I won't use the word straightforward. They are, like they want to tell you something. They don't.
Reserved is probably the word there.
They don't manage it. They say it the way it is. Like in the US, you might not tell somebody, like somebody is getting fat in the United States, like you are getting fat when you are not very friendly with the person, But here they just say it. But being friendly, like help fellow well met, hey, you're from Nigeria, friend, take you to no. They stay on their own.
Are they friendly to each other?
No, they don't socialize as we are. Like with the way that's what I'm trying to say. I've
No,
listened to them talk a lot.
You are wrong.
Am I wrong?
See,
they are the ones saying it too.
No. If as I did here now, if you enter their club, see, the thing is that because of the weather, okay, those visitations, like I come visit you, you come visit me, it doesn't really happen. But when you go to club,
that is my point. They don't socialize as much. Not that they don't socialize. They are not like other people. The more you go north, the more isolated they tend to be. That's exactly the point I'm making. They use less words than other people. Like if you go from like Mediterranean people compared to the English, the Mediterranean people talk a lot more. Like Italians, Italian, mamano, and they talk a lot. But if you go to England, they talk less. And the further you go north, you see the pattern. The further you go north, the less they talk. If you go to like Greenland, they barely say much, and I think it gives them, to me, if such people interact with people like us, it gives them an advantage to an extent, because at least in some sense that they don't reveal what is in their mind as easily as we do. They can maybe they are not good at socializing, like what you said, in terms of they will tell you as it is because they don't know how to.
They don't know how
nice
to manage
way. They don't know how they don't, because they don't talk too much. They don't use words. To them, they don't verbalize things the way we verbalize things that way. So we know how to say so that people don't get too cross and all that, but they don't care. But I also think if you have the skill of telling people things in a way that don't annoy them too much, and at the same time know how to restrain yourself from talking too much, man, that is the superpower. And they have
is that better though to Niger the way they are? Is it better than the way we are? Because we are more expressive and more alive to the sensibilities of people we're expressing too. So we've been able to craft language and expressions in a way that communicates but doesn't offend. So you are saying they are blunt, but that's actually rude. To go and tell somebody that they're fat, that's rude.
The aspect that I see as advantageous, that part you are correct, is not you're just going to make enemies. But the part that I see that is advantageous is you could be having a meeting with them and they could be really cross with you, but they don't have to say anything because they don't talk much. And you could make a mistake of stepping on their toes and you don't know you've even done that. And we said, they will just say it out or act. They may even act before they even say anything. And you will be there, you'll be caught unawares. They don't waste time.
To Niger, I don't know whether I would call it honesty or mumuness. These people will just tell you. They tell you, sometimes you want to talk to somebody and you manage the words like they are. I don't want to use the word honesty because that will be credit because I don't like it. That's the way they do.
They will scare me. I will be a bit scared because people that don't talk too much. I see some English people that do that actually, and they
are
reserved.
They are reserved in nature. They socialize, but not our own type of socialize. Is the environment? You can hike, you can ski, all those things with them, and blah blah blah. But then drinking. Now another. If you like drink.
Yeah, they may be social, they may be straightforward and direct, like in terms of the way they express themselves. But if they want to con you, you won't be able to tell because they don't talk too much. They don't give a lot away. And for me, I like an English person now. Like if you are dealing with an English person that, like they say, stiff upper lipped English person that doesn't say too much. Why do you think the Africans say if you want to deal with an Englishman, you make sure they sign documents? Because you don't know what they are thinking. We are too expressive, and when we talk, they can see, you can hear what we are saying, and they can read us more easily than we can read them. So to an extent, they have that social advantage in terms of being able to read our thoughts because we are literally telling them. But we will have to read their face, their expressions.
To Niger, by 1 o'clock on Friday, you see nobody. These are people you are saying they don't socialize.
No, I'm not saying they don't socialize. Not as much as
11
others.
o'clock, people in the morning, people are disappearing in the office. Weekend don't start.
Yes, they like to party.
They like life well. They like life well, but they're not into. They are not open to foreigners. Let me put it that way. They are not open to foreigners. They are more of family focus, family, my mother's sister's daughter, my father's, that kind of a thing. They are more family focused than people I have ever seen.
And their women are very, very, how do I put it?
There's a lot of inbreeding there, don't they? The cousin marrying sort of, that's their culture, isn't it? A lot of inbreeding.
I don't know about that.
Just made that one up now.
No, I don't know about that one.
I've never heard of that.
Those ones like China and Japan. Not here. I don't know about that one.
It's a general Scandinavian something, isn't it? Inbreeding.
You see these people that both
Do
That
you know
both
about
Scandinavian
their
nomadic.
women's liberal nature? That's
That's
in
what I'm
terms of the
trying to tell
relationship.
you.
Yeah.
Norway is both
Yes. They just
Scandinavian
go and take
nomadic.
a man for the night. That's how they
Yeah,
live there.
that one really. Imagine if they are like that.
And they'll
with
just say to you
relationship.
that I'm taking you home for the night. Sorry, Tunaja. I saw this little clip by this. I think she may well have been from Norway. She's a single mother, and then she went and dropped her child off at her parents because she said she wanted to have sex that night. So she'll go to the club, pick up a man, use him for that purpose, and then go and pick up her child the following morning. That's how they
Yep.
live.
Exactly. The way they treat relationship is very, very different from the rest of the. I don't know whether it's recent, whether it's something they've been doing forever. I think if you ask me, I will suspect that it's a more recent development. They are the most liberal in terms of relationships. They said in one of them. I'm not sure which nation. I think the one further north, other Iceland. That their relationship before you even get serious, it takes like the man has to do something. It has to be quite unusual. It's very unusual for a relationship to get very, very serious. There, I don't know. Maybe I'm not getting it right, but something like that. And when they were explaining that, I was like, my goodness, how do people, how about rivalry? They don't even have like, oh, this guy, you're sleeping with this lady, and she is sleeping with this other guy. No, they don't care. It's like everybody can sleep with everybody. The others don't get upset over it. It's fine. It's like,
Yeah, but
wow.
they are one of those places that they've taken women's rights to the extremes, to the point that the men are almost completely emasculated. That's what
the men are the same too.
Yeah.
The men are the same. The men too are doing the same thing. They too are sleeping around. They don't have to be loyal to any woman. So you can see it's free both ways. So I don't know about how it affects the men, whether the men like it or not. I'm not really. Most of the people I listen to when they were saying these sort of things is the women that are saying some of these things, not the men. So I don't know where their men stand in some of all these things really. I can't say I know.
My dear, I don't know this one you are saying. The only thing I can say is that I noticed that here somebody will cohabit with somebody like 6-7 years before they think of marriage. I don't know what the meaning of that thing is. You will see a man and a woman living together. You think they're husband and wife. You really think they're married.
Yeah.
But they are not. They're just living together.
They are beginning to do that in the UK a lot now, though. So it's coming to the UK quite heavy. Civil
most times here, they end up after like 10-15 years, they end up getting married. But they cohabit a lot here.
Yeah, it takes a long time. That's exactly what I was trying to say. It takes a long time for them to get serious relatively quickly. It never really happens where you just, within 6 months they are married. No, it's very rare they do that in some of those nations. It would be nice to visit them actually. I'm sure some of my impressions of them is probably a little bit wrong. But I've heard them, describe how they behave, and there seems to be a pattern to it. Because it's like the kind of stuff you see in the UK, there's a stronger version of some of those things there, like that civil partnership and all those things. They have a stronger version of it in the North. So, and there were women though. Their women are often cherished by a lot of Americans and Australians because of their
They have the best women to
Do you
Niger.
like lamb?
In terms of
Do you like lamb?
Wait a minute.
Lamb.
Oh, is that their meat? That's my favorite actually. Lamb and goat meat.
Yourself with it too.
I can't remember last time I had beef.
Salmon. When I came here, I knew the salmon and bluefish. I was rushed to the hospital.
Wow, salmon is nice. Bluefish, wow, that's cool.
There's one fish they call bluefish here, man. It's this fish they sell in Nigeria. They call this one that has polka dot. It's ice fish. Not mackerel.
Oh God. AB is funny. He said that, but to Nigeria, you enjoy talking now. None of them will be friends with you. That is quite true. I will talk them out of town. Like, what is this guy all about? He will shut up. Oh my God, man!
But just going back to the women, there are women. I think they're even better than Swedish women. The only ones that are probably better than them in terms of Caucasian women are probably Russian women. I think they probably only come second to Russian women.
Oh, how come you decide that Russian women are the best looking ones?
Well, statistically, they are. Who's better looking than a Russian woman? If you like.
Russian women are okay. They can be by Western standards. Let's make no mistake about that, because that's their own beauty standard. But
no, we're talking about European women, Caucasians.
Yeah. Do they regard them? I think rich people. I don't know. You know, I actually think that the reason why you would like a Russian woman is because they tend to be a little bit more traditional than those Nordic and Scandinavian ones. Because the Nordic Scandinavian one, they barely want to get very serious relationship, but the Russian
I'm
ones,
talking about physiologically.
Physiologically, that's hard to claim. You know, that's quite hard to claim.
Have you seen have you not been to King's Road in Chelsea during summer?
Yeah. I've seen the Russian.
Then you
I've
see
seen the Russian beauties. They can be very beautiful, but the Nordic ones, to be fair, they are actually quite related. You know, they are all close to the North Pole kind of people. They are actually quite related groups of people. But man, Swedish women, Norway, Danish, man, it's like too many of them are good looking, and it's not, you can't say all that.
Yeah, but they have African bodies. That's the thing with their Swedish women. They're a bit wide in the midriff.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. You know what? You may have. I'm not sure whether that is true, but you may have touched on something there, that the impression people get of Russian women. Because most of these Russian dolls that people see are those types that seem like they are slim. The waist area is a bit thinner, but that's not not even close to the majority of the Russian population. You see what I mean? So I get your point, but it's not necessarily accurate on the ground. And those Nordic women, because they are so liberated, they tend to be more masculine in their outlook and the way they carry themselves. So that too may have diminished their, feminine, what do they call it, quota, whatever you want to call it.
And they carry quite a bit of albinism as well.
Oh, come on, man. You're going far now.
In the Nordic space.
Got to go. They don't.
Yes, I've got to go too.
Yeah, same.
All right, tonight. Thanks for joining. Zita, a good conversation. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.